Ayubowan, a very good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the Global CEO Forum Sri Lanka, which is the inaugural forum. For me, it's an honor, privilege, and a pleasure to be associated with this momentous occasion. But I think I'll be right in saying that this is the very first time that a forum of this stature is being staged here in Sri Lanka. Well, we're happy that we have with us today chairmen, directors, CEOs, COOs, CMOs, CPOs, CFOs, CIOs, and other decision makers both in the private and public sectors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have two themes that we've selected, two fitting themes, in fact, leadership in turbulent times, and we also have another very meaningful theme in shaping the future of business in Sri Lanka. Well, I'll be failing in my duties if I do not extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Mr. Kotaro Katsuki, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission, Japanese Embassy, whom I understand is here with us. And joining us later on would be our chief guest, Dr. Nandalal Weerasinghe, Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you to sit back, relax, for this is going to be a very productive, meaningful and fruitful forum, for we've got very eminent presenters here today. So without further ado, to formally deliver the welcome address, I have the pleasure of inviting a personality who is a specialty doctor in psychiatry attached to the Oxford Health NHS Foundation Trust, United Kingdom. Her keen interest in human behavior led her to pursue a master's in psychological science at the University of Glasgow following her MBBS. And she specialized in cognitive neuroscience. Her interests lie in leadership and organizational psychology. Without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Numaya Sirivardhana.
CEO forums hold immense potential to drive Sri Lanka's development through various crucial avenues. They can expedite progress by promoting innovation, knowledge exchange, investment, and collaboration, thereby contributing significantly to the nation's economic growth. Today, as just touched upon previously, we gather on two prominent themes: leadership in turbulent times and shaping the future of business in Sri Lanka. A warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, including Dr. Nandalal Weerasinghe, the Governor of the Central Bank, and Mr. Kotaro Katsuki, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Japan, along with our distinguished speakers. Unfortunately, I won't be able to name everyone due to the time constraints. This event's success has been made possible by the generous support of numerous individuals and organizations. We extend our warm welcome to the representatives from 27 professional bodies who have endorsed our efforts. Our sponsors have lent their support in various capacities, and we wholeheartedly welcome each and every one of them. Last but not least, we appreciate the constant presence and support of our colleagues from the media. On behalf of the Global CEO Forum, I welcome all of you and express our sincere gratitude for honoring us with your presence today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Well, everybody seems to be very serious. I want you to get involved. Can I hear your voices? Good evening. You can do better than that. Good evening. Awesome. That makes me feel comfortable now. Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you know that it's not very easy organizing an event such as this. We did get a lot of support from our generous sponsors. I would like to recognize our sponsors now. We have diamond sponsors in SLT Mobitel, our strategic partner, Crocodile, our clothing partner, NIBM, our knowledge partner. Our gold partners happen to be Acon Travels, our travel partner, also Auto Bathware. Not forgetting our silver sponsors, CIPM, Vision Care, the eye care partner, Lanka Wall Tiles, Nippon Paint, Finez, Roselle, David Pierce, Worth Lanka, and not forgetting our banking partners in People's Bank and Bank of Ceylon, our print partner, Neo, our print media partner, Upali Newspapers, and not forgetting our electronic media partners, Voice of Asia Network. So I think it's very fitting that we all put our hands together and give our sponsors a round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to be starting off with our first theme, like I said at the inception, Leaders in Turbulent Times. And for that, I would like to invite the first keynote speaker, who, ladies and gentlemen, is the president of the Indian CEO Forum Sri Lanka, country head, general manager of Beauty Products Lanka Private Limited, formerly known as Revlon Lanka Private Limited, a 100% owned subsidiary of Umesh Modi Group India, manufacturer, importer, and marketer of cosmetics and personal care under Revlon brand, United States of America, and medical nutrition products under Signutra brand, with a technical collaboration with DuPont USA and consumer health in collaboration with HRA Pharma USA under the brand name Mederma. Without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. T.S. Prakash.
Guest of honor, Mr. Kotaro Katsuki, Mr. Anura Srinivarthana, Chairman of the Global CEO Forum, dear fellow keynote speakers, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you with profound sense of privilege and honor. As the President of the Indian CEO Forum, it is a pleasure to address this esteemed gathering. In the realm of leadership, especially during the turbulent times, our perspectives and action define the course of our organization and the lives they impact. Today, I am here to share my insight on navigating the seas of uncertainty with unwavering leadership. In times of stability, leadership is certainly important. But in turbulent times, it becomes absolutely vital. Today, I want to discuss the significance of leadership in the face of the economic crisis that Sri Lanka is currently grappling with it. The economic crisis is a storm that has shaken the very foundation of our country. It's during these times that leadership shines the brightest. A true leader isn't just someone who guides in good times. A true leader emerges when the going gets tough. In the context of Sri Lanka's economic crisis, leadership needs to manifest in several key ways. Firstly, a leader must exhibit unwavering resolve and remain a beacon of hope. These times are rough, with uncertainty and anxiety, and a leader's ability to keep spirits high can make all the differences. This involves transparent communication, acknowledging challenges, and outlining a clear path forward. Secondly, leaders need to be proactive in seeking solutions. The economic crisis may seem insurmountable, but every challenge holds within it an opportunity. Creative thinking and innovative solutions are the need of the hour. A leader should encourage collaboration, tapping into the collective wisdom of experts, economists, and thinkers to chart a course towards recovery. Thirdly, empathy and inclusivity must be at the forefront of leadership. An economic crisis affects not just finances, but the lives and livelihoods of citizens. A leader should demonstrate genuine concern, reaching out to those affected, understanding their struggles, and involving them in the decision-making process. This builds a sense of unity and shared purpose. Furthermore, adaptability is key. Circumstances changes rapidly during crisis. A leader must be willing to pivot, change strategies, and make tough decisions to navigate through the storm. This requires flexibility and a humility to accept that not all plans will work and adjustments will be always necessary. Let's not forget that a leader's action speaks volumes. During an economic crisis, it's crucial that leaders demonstrate a commitment to accountability and integrity. Every decision they make, every action they take should reflect a dedication to the well-being of the nation rather than personal gain. Moreover, in our interconnected world, international cooperation plays a crucial role in crisis management. Let's emphasize the importance of partnership and collaboration with other nations, organizations, and global leaders. Together, we can pool resources, share knowledge, and find solutions that transcend borders. Technology and innovation are powerful tools in overcoming economic crisis. We must harness the potential of cutting-edge technology and foster innovation to find new solutions, streamline process, and bolster our economic resilience. Resilience and mental health are equally important. Leadership always involves taking care of the mental and emotional well-being of our workforce. Let us remember that a resilient workforce is a productive one, and their well-being should be a priority. Environmental sustainability should not be overlooked. As we rebuild our economics, let us ensure that sustainability is at the core of our strategies. Sustainable practice can lead to long-term economic stability and resilience. In the face of challenging times over the past year, the Sri Lankan government has exemplified steadfast leadership. Through proactive measures and resilience, they have navigated the economic and health crisis with determination, showcasing their commitment to the well-being and stability of the nation. Their ability to adapt, make tough decisions, and unite the country in difficult circumstances has been a testament to their strong leadership and a wonderful example of what true leadership looks like in turbulent times. Lastly, but perhaps most importantly, a leader must foster a sense of optimism for the future. This crisis will pass, and it is the responsibility of leaders to lay the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient economy on the other side. This requires vision, strategic planning, and a dedication to building a foundation that ensures such crises are met with greater preparedness in the future. In conclusion, the economic crisis in Sri Lanka demands leadership that is compassionate, decisive, and forward-thinking. Storm we are facing is challenging, but it is also an opportunity to redefine our nation's trajectory. Let's remember that leaders aren't defined by their titles. They are defined by their actions in times of adversity. Let's all stand as leaders, united in purpose, navigating through the storm and emerging stronger on the other side. Thank you for your patience. Wish you all a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prakash, for sharing your valued thoughts with us this evening. And it's my pleasure now to invite our next speaker, a lady who was born and who grew up in Stuttgart. She completed her studies in business administration. In fact, it's a diploma in business administration in Passau. She also studied international marketing in Dublin and completed the PAR MBA in 2022. In addition to her mother tongue, German, she speaks business fluent English and Spanish. At the HK office in Spain, she held various positions in the areas of public relations and communications since 2000. And most recently, she was Deputy General Manager, Head of the Barcelona office and Head of Members and Events. Since June 2022, ladies and gentlemen, she assumed duties as the Chief Delegate of the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Sri Lanka, HK Sri Lanka. It's my pleasure in inviting Marie Antonia von Schönburg.
First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee of the Global CEO Forum for inviting me to this fabulous event. I feel very humbled to be part of such a stellar list of speakers you have united here today. I sincerely congratulate you on that success and also congratulate you on choosing such a great topic for today's inaugural forum, Leadership in Turbulent Times. I'm going to touch upon many of the points that Mr. Prakash already mentioned that will show you just how essential they are for leaders today. As we navigate the intricate web of international relations, economic challenges, and geopolitical uncertainties, it becomes increasingly evident that strong visionary leadership is vital to ensure the prosperity and stability of our nations. Turbulent times are not a new phenomenon. History has witnessed countless crises, conflicts, and economic upheavals. Yet the challenges we face today are uniquely complex due to our interconnected global economy and the rapid pace of technological advancement. In such times, leaders who understand the intricacies of foreign trade are poised to make a significant impact. First and foremost, leaders must recognize the pivotal role that foreign trade plays in our economies. In today's world, no nation can prosper in isolation. Trade is the lifeblood of modern economies, fueling growth, creating jobs, and fostering innovation. It is not just about importing and exporting goods, it's about building partnerships, opening markets, and engaging in a global dialogue. However, foreign trade is not without challenges, especially in turbulent times. Trade tensions, protectionist policies, and geopolitical conflicts can disrupt the flow of goods and capital. To lead effectively in such an environment, leaders must possess a deep understanding of these dynamics and the ability to navigate them skillfully. As a starter, leaders must be ethical and responsible. These attributes serve as the bedrock of trust and credibility on the global stage. Ethical leadership involves upholding moral principles even when faced with challenging decisions. They must recognize that their choices impact the well-being of both present and future generations. In a VUCA environment, adaptability is key. Turbulent times demand flexibility in response to changing circumstances. Leaders must be ready to adjust their trade strategies in the face of evolving challenges. This means having the foresight to anticipate disruptions and the agility to respond swiftly. Promoting transparency and fairness is another critical aspect in foreign trade. Resorting to protectionism or engaging in unfair trade practices have long-lasting negative consequences. True leadership means upholding the principle of free and fair trade, ensuring a level playing field for everyone, and working towards a rule-based international trading system. A highly skilled and adaptable workforce is a key requirement to be competitive on the global marketplace. Likewise, modern infrastructure is essential for the efficient movement of goods and services. When leaders prioritize these investments, they not only stimulate economic growth, but also enhance their nation's ability to compete on the world stage. Moreover, leaders should harness the power of technology and facilitate trade. E-commerce, digital platforms, and data analytics are revolutionizing the way we conduct international business. Forward-thinking leaders must embrace these innovations and create an environment that fosters digital trade and cross-border cooperation. In turbulent times, leaders must not forget about the environmental and social dimensions of foreign trade. Climate change and social inequalities are global challenges that cannot be ignored. Forward-looking leaders should seek to align their trade policies with sustainability goals, promoting responsible production and consumption patterns while addressing social injustices. A growing demand of consumers and investors to be socially and environmentally responsible is making this a strategic imperative. Lastly, effective leadership in foreign trade requires collaboration and partnership on a global scale. No nation can address the challenges of our time by themselves. Leaders must actively engage in international forums, like the Global CEO Forum today, support multilateral organizations, work towards global solutions. By doing so, they strengthen their nation's position and contribute to a more stable and prosperous world. In conclusion, leadership in turbulent times, especially from a foreign trade perspective, demands a unique set of skills and attributes. It requires responsibility, adaptability, transparency, and a commitment to fairness. It calls for investment in human capital and infrastructure. The embrace of technology and a keen awareness of environmental and social concerns. Most importantly, it requires a global mindset that recognizes the interconnectedness of our world. So as we face the challenges of our time, let us remember that leadership is not about reacting to events, but shaping them. It is about envisioning a better future and charting a course to reach it. In the realm of foreign trade, our leaders have a profound responsibility to navigate us through turbulent waters, ensuring that our nations continue to thrive and that our world becomes more prosperous and harmonious place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marie, for giving everybody food for thought this evening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker on the very important theme, Leadership in Turbulent Times. And he is a personality who obtained his BSc engineering degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Moratuwa in 1999 and started his career in 2000 as a trainee engineer at the Colombo Dockyard PLC. He's gained vast experience and knowledge in shipbuilding and ship repairing industry with local and overseas training. He is a chartered mechanical engineer and a corporate member and a fellow of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka and a fellow member of the Royal Institution of Naval Architects, United Kingdom. During his career at Colombo Dockyard PLC of over 23 years, he has held many positions. He was appointed as the Chief Operating Officer of the company in March 2022 and continued to hold office till his appointment as Managing Director, CEO, on the 19th of April 2023. It's my pleasure in inviting Mr. Thimira Godakumbura.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I must thank the organizing committee for giving this opportunity to showcase our Colombo Dockyard way. So, without taking much time, yes, we name as Colombo Dockyard PLC. We started our operation in 1974 as a government entity. And during our journey, 1993, we collaborated with Onomichi Shipyard, Japan. And we believe that was the turning point of Colombo Dockyard because after collaboration, we were recognized as an international shipyard. And as of today, Colombo Dockyard shares actually 51% still owned to Onomichi Shipyard, Japan, and 30% still owned to government-owned entities and another 19% to the public. So we are located within the port of Colombo, and we have about 3,000 employees. And this is our biggest asset. And every shipyard, this is the most important asset for us. Actually, this is the most important asset other than able employees. So these are the some of snapshots which we delivered very recently, as we are doing business in ship preparing and shipbuilding. And this, we delivered first cable laying vessel in 2019 to Japan. Then we very recently we delivered this vessel to France. Actually, this was delivered in this year, end of July. And this is the last one. We are building 10 vessels of this series, and this is the second vessel we delivered to the Norwegian owner. So I must emphasize this the blue color, this rapid response float repair service sector. During this turbulent time, difficult time actually, with our hard effort, we were able to form this new business venture. So we are very progressively doing this business, and very recently we opened our branch offices in Trincomalee as well as Hambantota. So even though we continue our business for last 5 decades, for the last 5 decades, but last 3-4 years was very difficult. I think same to you as well. So how we overcome this situation, we continuously, objectively analyze situation, and then we make our direction with actions, knowing who we are. And then, as you know, we face many difficulties. 2019, we faced East attack, then COVID-19 and economic crisis still not overcome. And then we as shipyard, Colombo Dockyard, we decided and we named 2023 is the year that we should stop bleeding. So last 4 years, continuously bleeding was there. So we decided whether the economic crisis is there or not, we must stop our bleeding. So here, when we face difficulties, challenges, first we think short-term strategies. But Dockyard way, what we did was, we placed our strategy, middle-term strategy, because we wanted to give some hopes to our stakeholders, some expectations to our stakeholders, especially to our able workforce. Because we create value addition in the country, and without our able workforce, it is almost impossible to create value addition. So we wanted to give some hope to them, so we place our middle-term strategy. So it was very success, and same time, we actually operate in 3 sectors, but prominently shipbuilding, new construction, we call new construction, and ship repair. Yes. And same time, we gave a task to each divisions, each business sector to make their strategic plan according to the middle term plan we set. So making this action plan, it is very important to know business policy. The Dockyard policy, business policy is based on these 3 aspects: speed, timing, and flexibility. So we consider these 3 are very important aspects in this regard. Of course, speed is not the real meaning of the speed, but sometimes we have to slow down as well. So that's how we operate at present. And when it comes to risk management, actually, sometimes risk creates stop thinking. But we categorize risk into two categories: the risk that we can control and risk that we can't control. So what we did was, we continuously monitoring risks that we can't control. And the risks that we can control, we converted them into an opportunity. So then, this is how we approach to clients, and during negotiation, that we are continuously, objectively focusing the center of gravity. So this is very important point. We take decision, we make intelligence. Based on intelligence, only we make decisions. For that, we have to see what time competitor will become weak or what time we will become weak, so that we objectively focusing. And to get this correct intelligence, we need all type of informations. This information may be fake information, raw information. What we did, we put all information with objective viewpoints and experience together, and we analyze and we evaluate and make our predictions. So that becomes finally intelligence. So why we need intelligence? To clarify things what we know, and to clarify what we don't know. And if there is any doubt, that is also included here. After that, we clarify what you think. So this is very important point we considered, and it delivered good results for us. So this is what I said, that each division, each business sectors, they develop their action plan. I don't take much time. Actually, this is kind of management tool we prepared, and this we apply another management concept, that is PDCA cycle, every quarter, and see where we are. And we set the plan, then we do and then we check for the gap. If there is any negative, then we have to make action. So we continuously monitor in this and take action if there is any deviation from the action plan. And then finally, this is the summary of our all activities, and we believe this is actually a continuous process. We believe we will be able to sail safely during this turbulent times, as we already proven. Thank you very much, and wish you a pleasant evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godakumbura, for sharing your wealth of experience with all of us this evening. Well, we are yet on the same theme. We have two themes. Like I said, this is the first theme, which is leadership in turbulent times. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the head of corporate affairs and public communications, Huawei Technologies Lanka Company Private Limited, and he's been there since 2010. Accumulated decades of experience as an overseas ICT industry personality in promotion and strategy, encompassing Europe, North Africa, ASEAN, and South Asia. He counsels and cultivates relationships with industry peers and key stakeholders, fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing to drive industry innovation. He cooperates with international organizations, including ITU Asia Pacific and GSMA. It's my pleasure in inviting Mr. Christophe Lee.
So, good evening, Chief Guest Deputy Ambassador of Japan, Kotaro-san, Governor of Central Bank, Dr. Nandalal, the organization team of CEO Forum, Global CEO Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So today my topic is getting ready for the leadership, getting ready for your digital transformation journey. So before I started, I would like to address a small fact of leadership. The word leadership is originated from the old Saxon word, which called listen, which means to go and to endure. This word listen, which defines the essence of leadership, to bring a whole company to reach the goal, and while endure the great burdens with great responsibility as a leadership. For example, for the business transformation, especially for digitalized transformations, which I marked it red, just to remind you, it's not quite an enjoyable experience. Okay. Nowadays, leadership has taken in a new dimensions, especially for the turbulence time, which is actually not a rare situation in the world. As a French always saying, c'est la vie, this is life. And the leadership is not about guiding a team or an organization. It's all about navigating a complex and ever-changing landscape of technology, data, innovations. Digital leadership is about embracing and opportunities of change, which the digital era presents, and use them to drive success. So, what does it mean to be a digital leader? A digital leader should be forward-thinking. They need to anticipate trends and disruptions before it happens. This requires a keen understanding of emerging technologies and their potential impact on the industries that has been being more proactively rather than reactively. As you can see, there is ever since the epidemic situations, enterprises are accelerating their digitalizations and cloud adoptions. And it's more 1 to 3 years earlier than what we expected. And we're expecting by end of 2025, more than 97 of large enterprise will be using the AI and cloud and to fully emerge their business. And the digital transformation investment will get more than 86%. Furthermore, I think digitalization and digital leadership is about fostering a culture and innovation. In digital organizations, creative and innovations are the lifeblood. Leaders should be encouraged their team to think outside the box, experiment, take calculated risk. They should create an environment where failure seems to be a stepping stone to success. And another crucial aspect of digital leadership is data-driven decision-making. In today's world, data is abundant, and it can provide valuable insights. Digital leaders must be adapting at gathering, analyzing, and using data to make information choice. Data-driven decision-making can lead more efficient process, better customer experience, and a comprehensive age. As you can see, for each different companies, there are different stages. There are basic digitalizations, which means your the EPR system, your CSR system, CRM systems, and further we have the digital applications, which means in the company, you should define your key essential sectors, which you need to prioritize for digitalizations. And for the third stage, we call the systematic digitalizations, with fully integrated, the aspect, all the sectors of your business sections to help you to have comprehensive data to make the decisions. And lastly, by using the latest technology such as cloud and AI, which can give you more insights and more quickly and more efficiently to help you to make the faster decisions. And one last thing I would like to highlight is to achieve the digitalized transformations, the company always need to have the fundamental ICT infrastructures, which we defined as the 4A network, 3C computing power, and the 2I technologies. 4A networks means you need to have the accessible, advanced, affordable, duplicable network, and 3 computing, the companies should migrate and transform the business into the cloud computing and credibility with a credible service. And to achieve this digital technology, to use this latest cutting edge technology like 5G, AI, IoT, to help to achieve the innovations and the industrializations. So in conclusion, digital leadership is not just about managing technology. It's all about leading a technology-driven world. It's all about adaptability, foresight, innovation, data-driven decision-making, and ethical responsibility. It's about embracing a turbulent situation with courage and convictions. So, this is my key takeaways for the digital, leadership. I mean, we need to have this vision to engrave in the mind for always keeping into mind that digitalization is inevitable. It's as I just showed in the previous framework, that we should always have that into mind, that how to involve in the leadership development and how to define the digital informations to achieve the organization success, and how to recognize distributed trends around digital technology and plan leverage them to transform to organizations through innovation and long-term business growth. And one last, we would like to put small examples of how Huawei managed to get it, and through the organization dynamic, we developed the mindset to align everybody to not only the management, also for the employee. Everybody have the same mindset, the belief to navigate the change together. As I just said, digitalization is not an enjoyable and easy task. It's very hard. We need people to get aligned mindset to do it, and steadily and moving forward. And we also need to have the clear strategy, and also we need the clear project management to help to achieve the fully digitalization transformations. This is all my words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for that detailed presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are infusing lovely entertainment to make this very colorful. We've got a gentleman on the piano who is very well known to all the Sri Lankans because he comes from a musical family. His father was the late Patrick Denipitya. You've seen them on television very often. He's Mahesh Denipitya. Everybody put your hands together. Give him a round of applause. He and his orchestra. The lady on violin is one of the best in Sri Lanka. She's also seen very often, Tushani Jayawardena. We have on flute, Ajit Kodikara. On bass, Kenneth De Silva, and on percussion, Dylan. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together and give the orchestra a round of applause. I'm lost for words. Mahesh Denipite and the orchestra. Come on, everybody, put your hands together. Give them another round of applause. We're happy that they also touched a bit of an Indian song as well. And I'm sure our friends from India would have liked it very much. Am I right? Yes. And I must tell you that if you were wondering who put this all together, it was none other. It was teamwork, but there was a leader, a dynamic personality who got the very best for today's event. It's none other than the chairman of the Global CEO Forum, Mr. Anura Sirivardhana. Everybody, a round of applause for him. I had the wonderful opportunity of being a news anchor when he was the chairman, and it was very, very easy working with him. Right, we are back with our program, and we have one more speaker on the first theme. And ladies and gentlemen, it's lovely to have another lady adding color to this occasion. She is currently a person who serves as the chairperson and managing director of Unilever, Sri Lanka. She holds a BSc with special honors in business administration and possesses 20 years of rich and diverse experience in Unilever across different geographies such as Morocco, South Africa, Netherlands, and London in the fields of market development, brand building, business strategy, and execution. Prior to her current role, she served Unilever as the Global Brand Vice President and Global Strategy Director for various FMCG categories. Without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Hajar Alafifi.
So you said I will add color. I hope I will add also thoughts. Also, how tough is it for me to follow after this wonderful act? No? And guess what? I'll speak about turbulent leadership. So really wrong. The other thing I will break with is there is no slide. So if you want to drift away, this is your time. And I really hope that I will be adding some value. So firstly, I'd like to thank the speakers. I've been taking lots of pictures of your slides. Really lots of thoughts have gone in. And I also see many of my fellow CEOs and many of my dear friends are sitting here. So welcome to everyone. And thank you for sparing your 10 minutes to listen to my story. So I'd like to share with you this in maybe a different way. So, I'll read a little bit and engage a little bit. So not too long ago, it was in March 2020, I was on a flight from London to Colombo. I had 20 years of experience, the trust of my company, having done different roles in region, in global, in different countries. And I thought I knew it all. And I thought, what is it to enhance the performance of one country? Must be easy, no? It's gonna be a walk in the park, and it's gonna be something I will enjoy. I will enjoy the island as well. So, welcome to Sri Lanka. I had no drums, no garlands, no betel leaves. I was greeted by a lockdown. I was in a lockdown, and I had a workforce that I had never, ever met. The first time I met my CD team was 5 months after coming to the country. And the first time I met my entire network was 6 months after coming to the country. Well, wait, it does get better. Because there was a domino effect from one punch to the other. Here is this leader. She thought she knew it all. She could not even meet people. There starts power cuts, fuel shortage, no gas, queues, no food, no medicine. And then an economic crisis. Well, I had the time at least to think during my lockdown. Will I be the captain of a struggling ship? Or can I steer that ship amidst the stormy waters where we find ourselves? The reality is none of my education had prepared me for this. I was an empty slate, and I had an empty slate. And my experience meant absolutely nothing. And when I got to that realization, I also understood that actually becoming a CEO meant going beyond the performance, the results, the targets, that becoming a CEO is becoming the person in the service of people, the person in the service of the struggle of the people, and the person in the service of the success of people. And it took me time, but only in Sri Lanka did I understand fully and wholeheartedly that my team members were not resources, but they were full human beings that couldn't eat, couldn't go to the shop, couldn't feed their babies. And I once was thinking that these are team members, resources with a number only. I understood that by giving them a salary, I was supporting their families, their ecosystem, and that a salary meant bigger than what it used to mean, because the market is down, but the salary had to be paid. I also understood that CEOship, and I'm sure many of you would agree, is a little bit of an exit chair. One wrong decision and you're out. So the importance of judgment, the importance of your values and your code of conduct never is as important as when you're at the helm of that company. Well, you might think that I knew how to do all of this, but the reality is I had to change a lot of things. I had to leave my comfort zone of being a business strategist, as you have heard, to becoming an operator. And a good operator can operate in any market, right? I had to change from thinking numbers first, analysis, and data. I had to unlearn and relearn the power of trust, the power of truly working together and winning together, not only saying it. I had to change from that person that actually was telling what to do to the person that was asking questions. I understood there was no stupid question, but only a stupid answer. I used my senses more. Here am I. My eyes are more powerful. My ears are reaching far, and my one mouth is meant to be shut. My brain is more alert. So in the middle of this, I am seeing my people now. But importantly, I am hearing them. I am feeling them. I'm reaching out to my dear fellows for their advice. And I'm listening to my context. But I've now added a new thing, which is what my people are telling me and what are they not telling me. In all of this, I was asking myself often, how is my energy? How am I showing up? In fact, my energy transcends me. And no matter what I say, it is what I do that matters the most. So therefore, I stand here behind you not as someone that knows it all. As you can see, I had my sheer, amount of failures. But if I dare maybe summarize some of the things that has helped us stay true to our purpose. Number one, Be ready for the unknown, anytime and every time, even when the times are good. Having the strategic clarity even at the most ambiguous time. Being a leader that knows what to do when others don't know what to do, or at least show it. And maybe I'll speak about the other two which are dear to me. The first one is about really ownership all the way. You know, I could have easily sat back and written to my superiors saying, times are tough in Sri Lanka, don't worry, we will definitely rebuild, but for now, just give us a pause. Or decide that winning is in my brain. Actually, we can realize that maybe we are knocked down and that Sri Lanka was never knocked out. And as I stand here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy and humble to say that whilst we have lots of learning, our company is still doing well, thankfully. My other learning is about the power of many. So I spoke about being ready, knowing what to do when others don't know what to do, ownership all the way. And then comes the power of many. The reality in turbulent times, leadership has two decisions. Either you keep your employees in a cocoon so that, they're not too worried, they're just doing their day-to-day job, or you make them part of the decision-making process. And with that, you really open the ground realities. And of course, the second one is tougher because it means you need the clarity, you need the transparency. And in the second one, you treat everyone as an adult. So we went ahead and we created what we call the extended leadership team. These are my top 40 people. They know exactly what I know, and they help and work exactly like my board. We created the rapid response teams, which were assessing the market, assessing the risks, and building scenarios. And we have the incident management team who met daily and who were the custodians of safety, security, and everything people. Mind you, these are not new recruits. These leaders voted with their feet, volunteered to take that moment of leadership. So this discipline and rigor helped us greatly as a team, and it made people come to work even when they didn't feel like it. And it made the entire company move to a company which is passionate and hungry to win. As you can see, none of my learnings focuses on business performance or on the P&L. I'm a true believer that results are an outcome, and that is purpose why we are here. In fact, purpose is what drives leadership. Our North Star at Unilever Sri Lanka is to make Unilever win and to make Sri Lanka win. We coined this, win in Unilever, win in Sri Lanka. So what if, I ask this question, what if leadership in turbulent time isn't about weathering the storm? What if leadership in turbulent times is about emerging stronger, about becoming wiser and more compassionate? After all, the challenges that we're facing today will test us, but they also offer us the opportunities for growth, opportunities for introspection, and opportunities for transformation. Someone said, success happens when 1,000,000 moments of preparation meets a split second of opportunity. An opportunity is how you define it. Opportunity can come in the form of a business boom or a stifling crisis. Winning or losing is simply in our brain. Let's make Sri Lanka win. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm sure the audience will agree with me that you added color, glamour, and certainly value. Thank you very much, madam. And you didn't make us drift away. We were very focused. Everybody, a round of applause. Let's hear it. Well, looking around, as the compere, I'm sure most of you in the front row can't see, well, we're extremely happy that it's a full house at our inaugural forum, and that in itself is a success for us. I think that deserves a round of applause. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to success stories. And can I first invite Mr. Janta Karunaratne, who's the founder, chairman, and managing director of the Imperial Teas Group, commenced business in 1994. His 40-plus years of experience in the tea trade began in 1977, when he served as a tea taster at a leading tea export company in Sri Lanka. Extensive travel has given him an in-depth knowledge of overseas markets and trading concepts and methodologies. He is the immediate past chairman of the Colombo Tea Traders Association, and it is during his tenure as chairman of CTTA that he headed and facilitated the transition from an outcry auction system to an e-auction due to the severe implications caused on the tea industry from the COVID-19 pandemic. And in 2023, Colombo Tea Traders Association awarded this personality an honorary membership for the contribution made to the tea industry in Sri Lanka. Without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Janta Karunaratne.
Mr. Sirivardhana discussed with me about this program and also the success stories. So I said, Sri Lanka, we have the tea industry have been very resilient, and we have done a big change, of changing the auction system in Sri Lanka, which was running for 125 years in manual form, to an automated system. So I said it's a success story done within a very short period of time. So then Mr. Sirivardhana wanted me to share this. So thank you very much for inviting me to share my experience today. Now, we in here, the industries or exporters have gone through many problems in the past. We have insurgencies, terrorism, and also, subsequently East bombing, and also now economic crisis. So we are going through all these problems, and many industries have come out well, by going through all these problems. But we have very successful stories. But here I would like to share my experience in the tea trade of how we came out during 2020, during COVID time, to change the auction system, which is very, very important to Sri Lanka and to the entire tea industry. In Sri Lanka, tea industry is, employ about 2.5 million people, so which is about maybe 10% of the population, and also bring in about $1.3 billion, so which is about 15% of the GDP. So during 2022 March, we could not meet, we could not have the auction, so all the buyers were not willing to come to auctions, so we had to find a way. The auction system was handled by the Colombo Tea Traders Association. It's a private sector organization. We have no involvement with the government, but the government has given it to CTTA through the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce. So we had to find a way of selling the tea for the buyers to buy and export it. So after this was done, we had no time. We had very little, few days to do this, to find a way of selling the tea, giving it to the buyers and export it. So immediately after this was done, the IMF came to Sri Lanka, discussed with us how we did it in such a short period of time. So they did a video on this. So I think it's about 2.5 minutes. We'll play this now.
By about March, the COVID-19 started affecting all of us here in Sri Lanka. Traditionally, the auctions were at the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce. We had about 100 buyers get together with the broker.
The broker goes lot by lot, shouting out, asking for prices. So that's how the system was running for the last 137 years. 10% of the Sri Lankan population, almost 2.1 million people, is involved in this tea industry.
Tea makers, our workers, our farmers, our master tea tasters, our blenders.
By about middle of March, people started complaining they cannot come.
We were unprepared for the suddenness of the shutdown.
When the government decided that they had to go to find an online solution in the tea industry, they couldn't. There was no resistance, of course, because they had no other options. Several actors come together to deliver a solution in 6 days, believe it or not.
We work with this fantastic team of Sri Lankan tech guys.
So we made history on 4th of April 2020 by having the first auction, digital auction going live. When you digitize it, the difference is there is a pin drop silence. Nobody talks.
There are a lot of advantages in this system as well, because this here you can see all our buyers.
From April, the prices moved up in Sri Lanka a lot. So I think the producers are happy, the state government is happy, so generally all are happy.
People are happy with the efficiency and things like that. So I don't see us going back to the physical auction.
Most of the other industries were shut down, but tea industry continued to work.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் சம்பளம் நேரத்தில் கூட நாங்கள் எஸ்டேட்டில் வேலை செஞ்சவங்களுக்கு எங்களுக்கு சம்பளம் கிடைச்சி. இந்த தொழில் செய்கிறதுனால தான் எங்களுக்கு மன சந்தோஷமாக போன வருஷம் இந்த கொரோனா பிரச்சனை டைமில் கூட நாங்கள் நல்லாவே வேலை செஞ்சு சம்பளம் வாங்கி சந்தோஷமாக குடும்பம் நடத்திக்கிட்டு பிள்ளைகளோட சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கிறோம்.
I think it's a great achievement for all of us.
Best way to get them to look after your people is keep them safe, keep them healthy, keep them employed. And that's what the platform did for Ceylon Tea.
This is the success story of the tea industry by the stakeholders. So I think I would like to share a little bit of information of how we did it. I think the last manual tea auction was on the, as far as I remember, about 18th of March. So we could not have another auction. So I think we were the CTT was under a lot of pressure from the stakeholders and also from the government and the ministries were asking, what are you doing about it? But we had to find a way of selling the tea because the producers have produced tea, they want to sell. And also the Sinhalese New Year is 13th of April. So they want to sell, they want to collect money, and they want to pay advances. And there were a lot of challenges. So people, the all stakeholders, we could not even meet during this time properly, but we had like Zoom and Teams meeting, and we discussed all how we should do it. So first thing is to get all the people to agree to a kind of a automated system. That was not easy because it's a big industry, so many stakeholders, so convincing them was not easy. So we had to do that. Then to find a service provider. So there was nobody, known to us who could do this. We are not tech-savvy people to, give even an idea. So we were talking to a supplier who did some work for the tea industry, so back office work. So he said, we can try. So we told him to try. We didn't have any quotations, we didn't have any financial commitments, and we didn't know how to finance it also. So, but he said,
I said, okay, you start it, we will find a way of paying you. So that is, that assurance was given by us. So he said, okay, we will try it. But it was not easy to convince people, and also then how to finance it. We are private. We are not getting any finances from the government. So we stakeholders said, we will share the cost. So we all, the buyers and sellers, got together and we agreed, we will share the cost of doing this. So we all agreed. First auction was held on the 4th April 2020. It was not a good thing, but it took almost 5 days. Normally our auctions are about 1.5 days or 2 days maximum. So it took 5 days for us to finish the first ever automated auction in Sri Lanka. And, we finished it. We collected money from the buyers. We paid all the producers. They got all the money on time for their Sinhalese New Year before the 10th of April. So that was a success story, and it was the unity of the stakeholders. We were all together. We were all, we were agreeing to. We were very honest. We said, we don't know how much it's going to cost us, but we will share it. But it didn't cost us so much, and it's all the private sector money. And, and we ran that system for about 5-6 months. Then after that, we went for a proper RFP and went for international bidding, and we selected another service provider to do that Kalambuti auction. So that was the experience we have, and it was the unity of the industry and also the risk taken by the people, because we had to find a way of doing it and finish the auction and see that the producers sell their tea, exporters purchase the teas and export it and bring money back to the Sri Lanka. So that's the story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karunaratne, for sharing that success story of inspiration and encouragement. Well, our success stories continue, and our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, with his leadership from Janasankalpa Foundation, India, he will be instrumental in helping 1,000 Sri Lankans who will be trained at the Center of Excellence in Dallas, United States of America, and will be notified in the Global CEO magazine. And the foundation will help Sri Lankan entrepreneurs to connect with Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, and Hyderabad, India. It's my pleasure inviting Mr. Balaji Krishnam Magaru, Managing Director, Medongo Health Private Limited, India.
I was supposed to be here to brag about my success through the turbulent times. But when I started looking at the speakers, and in the last 30 minutes, I could able to see a lot of dots which I could able to connect. Now, what is turbulence? What is turbulence at a personal level, at a society level, at a planetary level? How is that we can lead and take people out of turbulence and get to normal? Then I tried to quickly see how Sri Lanka went through, right from the day when I first visited in 2002 to till date. Pre-war, war, post-war, economic growth, COVID, economic downturn. Sri Lanka came unscathed. It improved. Has anybody, if an outsider had come here in 2002, 2010, until, let's say, whoever is coming now, we used to have 12 to 14 checkpoints from the airport till the date. That's what Sri Lanka transformed from a tough country to be a beautiful God island. I had opportunity to work with Mr. Anwar sir. So let me thank Mr. Srinivardana for calling me. So I would go off my prepared speech. So may we all live in interesting times. So I've gone through I was intently listening to each of the speaker, and there is one thing which everybody was pointing to is anticipate, react, proactive measurements to address an unforeseen problem which is going to come in the future. That's what astrology is all about. That's what our ancient, our ancestors did. Today we call it as AI. Now, we collect data, we put the data and give probability of a certain event to happen or not. Why do I talk about astrology to data analytics and artificial intelligence? We are in very interesting times. The discovery of fire, farming, invention of wheel, steam engines, mobile took us to a level. But a paper in 2017 and the products which is coming out in 22 and 23 are going to be the turning point and accelerated growth for human society as a whole. I'm of the opinion that we are going to witness an exponential and rapid growth. What we need to do is, and we can see a lot of turbulence, imbalances, disparity in between haves and have-nots. How is that we can prepare for future? Obviously, a lot of people will say that policy, regulation, I'll leave that to the politicians. But each one of us can do at an individual level. Now, Mr. Prakash, Antonia spoke about reshaping. Thimira spoke about shipping. Christophe spoke about artificial intelligence and data. Hajar, very interesting. I didn't expect the dharmic words she used in a speech. Fantastic. I was expecting from somebody from Sri Lanka or India to use these words. So now I understand that knowledge, dharma, is not specific to India and Sri Lanka. If Hajara can pick up and put her in her speech, and the way she handled lockdown and how she handled her employees, astounding. Is the intent. You are not prepared. Turbulence is not an exception, it's a norm. So as a leader, you have to be ready to act at any given point of time. Now, another most interesting thing, Mr. Kandaratna spoke about tea industry. While I was looking at his personal experience, let's see the collective wisdom of the tea industry of 125 years dismantled on 18th March 2020. Online auction started on 1st April 2020, going live in the next 5 days. That's leadership. Turbulence, finding a way out, and dismantling what you learned for 125 years, and that too at that age. So what I say, ladies and gentlemen, I won't take much time. Turbulence is not exception, It's a norm. As leaders, we have to be ready at any given point of time to help society take them back to the normal path. So I'm sorry I've deviated from my prepared speech, but anyway, we from Jansankal, which is headquartered in Dallas, US, wanted to train 1,000 Sri Lankans, both in US and Sri Lanka, to upskill them in different sectors, and we are doing it free of cost. I shouldn't say free of cost, with no charge. Second, we would want to connect any Sri Lankan startup to startups or even the organizations back in Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi, where we are well entrenched. Now, my success story. I started as an engineer, which is supposed to be in my actual speech. I started as an engineer for Fujitsu way back in early 20s. Katsuki-san is here. So I was trained by none other than Shinzagawa-san of quality head of Fujitsu. Now, I've seen what a calamity is, what turbulence is in Japan more than anywhere else. Now, from there, I used to create devices, ecosystem around devices, and solve a particular problem. But in 2014-15, I entered public health, primary care. That changed my life. And it's not a business anymore for me, it's a spiritual journey. Initially, I used to treat 300, 500 patients a day. Then I said, hey, if I can do 10,000 patients a day, you can help 10,000 people a day, I'm done. I crossed 10,000. Then I thought, okay, no, let's see if I can touch 100,000. It took some time. Then my ambition or aspiration grew big, and I wanted to reach 1 million patients a day, and no man left behind, with universal health coverage before 2030, which seems to be impossible, but I'm not going to take the word impossible. So today we are serving around 250,000 people a day, and we crossed 200 million consultations already. And I'm from Medongo, and whatever you heard in India, from Delhi Mohalla clinics to Apla Davakana in Mumbai, to any other major city, any smart city, that's us. But that's not what I'm going to talk. That's what I wanted to talk about. But the speakers had a lot to offer more than my success story, and I'm very thankful to Andras to invite me here. And what a fantastic story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balaji, for your analytical and valued comments. I know you were analyzing all the previous speakers and briefly on your success story as well. Thank you once again. Well, before we have a spot of entertainment, which I'm sure all of you are longing for, as Compere, let me thank our sponsors, because if not for them, this would not have been possible. Our diamond category sponsor, SLT Mobitel, strategic partner, also Crocodile, the clothing partner, NIBM, the knowledge partner, gold category sponsors, that's Acon Travels, the travel partner, Auto Bathware, our silver category sponsor, CIPM, Vision Care, the eye care partner, also Lanka Wall Tiles and Nippon Paint. More to say a big thank you to. Also Finez, Roselle, David Pires, also Worth Lanka. And let me also say a big thank you to our banking partners, People's Bank and Bank of Ceylon, our print partner, Neo, print media partner, Upali Newspapers, and last but not least, our electronic media partners, a Voice of Asia network. We'll go into this video. It's another success story. It's a video, in fact, a video discussion with Mr. R.C. Bhargava, the chairman, Maruti Suzuki, New Delhi, India. Let's have a look.
Sector for over 4 decades. You are currently the non-executive chairman of Maruti Suzuki India Limited, and you're looking at the past, the present, and the future altogether because of your involvement in day-to-day work with Maruti Suzuki and also various other forums that you're involved in. I want to ask you about how you see the present situation when it comes to leadership, especially in turbulent times. As you know, this forum is exploring that very subject, and in your over 4 decades of experience, you have seen many changes. If I may just go back, the company Maruti started out as a public sector. You actually went and got a collaboration with Suzuki and went on to become one of the first manufacturers of small cars in India with a foreign collaboration in the public sector. Yeah. And after that, the growth has been interesting. You've held on to a market share for many decades now, and currently you're looking at expansion from a little over 2 million units to a much higher figure, which I'll let you give us in the next few years, perhaps making you amongst the first 5 global manufacturers in the next perhaps 8 years. So let me start off by asking you about how you see these turbulent times and how important is leadership at the CEO level to bring together everybody and sail through especially troubled times.
You know, Vikram, 40 years of experience has shown me that all times are turbulent. One hopes when one starts doing and we have some problems that once this is over, we'll have it easy. Never happens. You get over one set of problems, there's another set of problems, another set of events take place somewhere. The world today is so interconnected that happenings in any part of the world have an impact on some aspect of your business. So I think we have to get used to the idea that for any leadership in manufacturing, the leader has to recognize that he's never going to have a time which is easy for him. It's not going to happen.
So what's the mantra?
So the leader has to be equipped to keep dealing with challenges. And the attitude has to be that it's my job to recognize challenges as they're coming up. It's my job to prepare for those challenges. It's my job to recruit and keep people around me who are good at helping me to meet challenges, because nobody can meet challenges by himself. You have to have a team which will help you do that. You have to have an organization which will help you do that. But you have to guide the organization. You have to motivate the organization. You have to make them feel that it's their task to do this, because by solving these challenges and making their company more prosperous and more competitive, they will benefit, the company will benefit, the shareholders will benefit, everybody will benefit. And the leader, therefore, has to have a very positive attitude. He can never take the chance, oh, this problem has happened, what can I do about it? It's too difficult to solve. You can't do that. You have to go with the assumption that any kind of problem, any kind of turbulence will have a solution which is better than what others can have. And you have to find that better solution.
Another subject that you've looked at very carefully has been how to adapt. So you take technology from overseas, you adapt it, you take ideas, and you keep a very open mind. In fact, take your example. You were a bureaucrat, got into the car manufacturing area with no prior experience in car manufacturing, but learned along the way by keeping an open mind. So is that one of the things that you would suggest?
Oh, absolutely. I think when I said your leader has to equip himself to deal with challenges in the future and recognize challenges and build a team, you can't do that if you're not constantly learning. I think the most important requirement is that a leader must learn better than anybody else. The guy who learns and keeps using different learnings and correlates those learnings into finding solutions is the one who wins. I had the advantage that there was a lot of learning from my bureaucratic days. Learning about people, how people in the common man behaved, what the reaction of people to certain kinds of events. I could bring that all into here. And so when policies are made or some solutions are found, I could also sort of understand how they would work out in the field. If you're just in the offices and not experienced with the implementation of things in the ground level at any stage, you may tend to be a little bit up in the clouds when it comes to finding solutions.
When you were hit with trouble, and I mean really bad trouble, because in 40 years you must have faced some days which were very dark, how did you face it? What did you do at that time, and what were the learnings?
Vikram, at any time the issue was that, look, I have this issue to deal with. I have to tell people how to go about it. I have to think and find a solution. And one of the consequences is that you often lie awake at night for long hours and thinking of what you should do. You can't switch off. But one of the things which Mr. Suzuki told me a long time ago was that how while a worker has to work for 8 hours and managers for about 10 hours and the senior management for 12 hours and the directors for 14 hours, he said the CEO has to work for 24 hours a day. Whether he's sleeping or he's awake, his mind has to be focused on his problems.
And how would you describe your success today? What is it that makes you happy?
Vikram, the success is not my success in that sense. I feel happy that what has happened in Maruti and the automobile industry in India, it's a totally unplanned effort, by the way. Nobody ever planned this industry in India. But what has happened has not only benefited the Indian economy immensely. The car segment is, I think, 5 or 6% of the GDP. It has created millions and millions of jobs all over the place. A huge number of people have become entrepreneurs and businessmen and in different walks of life. You know, some of our dealers today, our vendors today are global players. One of the vendors who started with Maruti, whose first factory I inaugurated, is today, I think, the 13th or 14th largest component manufacturer in the world. So it's that kind of thing which gives me much greater pleasure than that I have not got anything personally out of all this, let's put it this way. But seeing what has come out of this and what ripple effects it has had in the whole economy with people, I think that is what gives you the satisfaction of having done something.
Well, that was an exclusive interview. Mr. Bhargava, the chairman of Maruti Suzuki India, gave for us, and he was interviewed by a very prominent personality in Vikram Bal. I'm sure we can have a round of applause, everybody. Now, we are ready with the entertainment slot. So, I'm made to understand by Mahesh Dhanipita that he's going to take us into the world of Hollywood, from Bollywood to Hollywood. Am I right, Mahesh? Yes. Everybody, put your hands together and give Mahesh Dhanipita and his orchestra a round of applause. Yes, taking us down memory lane, turning the pages of time. Very popular film tunes from Hollywood there. I'm sure most of you would remember. I think one of them was Clint Eastwood acted, if I'm right. Correct? Yes. Okay, I don't think I was that old, right? Okay, we're getting back to our program, and now it's the next theme that I was talking about, shaping the future of business in Sri Lanka. And we have the first of our keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to speak on an educational perspective. He is a personality who studied at the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, India, as a Doctor of Philosophy in Lean Management, 2015. University of Sri Jawaharlal, Master of Science, MSc in Management, 2000. Very impressive. University of Peradeniya, Bachelor of Science, BSc in Agri-Economics. Also, Postgraduate Institute of Management, PIM, Postgraduate Certificate of Training, 1991, and Modern University for Technology and Information, MIT, United States of America, a Certificate in Design Thinking, 2019. Well, talking about his academic and administration positions, just to name a few, from 1991 to 2001, he was with the Sri Lanka Institute of Cooperative Management, as consultant, senior management consultant. From 2003 to 2005 was director productivity, and he was also the consultant at the National Institute of Business Management, NIBM, from 2001 to 2017, at the National School of Business Management, NSBM, from 2012 to 2016, and from 2017 to date, he is the Director General of the National Institute of Business Management, NIBM. And in fact, the National Institute of Business Management is our knowledge partner. So without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting the Director General, Dr. D.M.A. Kulasooriya. Over to you.
Good evening to all of you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, the organizing team of CEO Global, for the opportunity. I thought of sharing our experience in the field of higher education in Sri Lanka and how it impacts on our business community in future. All of us know and experience the last few years of turbulence due to both pandemic and the economic crisis. These challenges created a new normalcy in many parts of the world, but not here in Sri Lanka as we expected. I'm happy to tell you that, like many others in Sri Lanka, NIBM didn't go back to the normalcy, but we thought of learning from the crisis and making some changes into the learning and management system. And during the last 3 years, we have doubled the performance of NIBM in all aspects. And we introduced the outcome-based learning system and digitalized all the courses at NIBM to have blended learning. I'd like to have a few words and our thoughts on higher education industry. First and foremost, the indicator of literacy rate is questionable in the era of digital economy. True that we have huge digital gap as far as the urban and rural areas are concerned. But we need to measure the gap properly to address the issue in the years to come. Literacy should not be reading and writing, because we are doing very well here in Sri Lanka. But we should think about creating new criteria like the computer literacy, specifically the knowledge about @10.com. Education is the foundation for renewal and the transformation of our societies and the way of doing business. It provides the science, knowledge, innovation we need to address common challenges. Though education plays a vital role in addressing these daunting challenges, yet, as the pandemic has shown, education is very fragile. At the peak of COVID-19 pandemic, 1.6 billion learners were affected by the school closures across the globe. So I think this unlearning is the key for changing us and move out from the crisis. Unlearning is giving up knowledge, ideas, and behaviors that are unproductive to live with. The new normalcy demands us to research into business processes related to health of the people and the wealth of the nation. It is the thinking of management gurus that any form of crisis creates a conducive environment in organizations to make changes. In fact, all of us are paying for inefficiencies of many organizations, including the public. This turbulence forces all leaders in both public and private sector organizations to eliminate all type of waste that were hidden in the deep-rooted traditional business processes. And the time has come to challenge all these processes and make them lean if organizations are to survive in future. It is a fact that most business organizations have been overmanaged and overstaffed before the crisis. And we learn a lot, and we are managing most of the processes in a lean manner in most of the organizations nowadays. Just to have a few words about the future university, learning to live with technology is extremely important for the future world of work. The digital transformation of our society is impacting our life in unparalleled ways. I'd like to have a few words about the new gen also. You know, it's Gen Alpha and Gen C. Population in the world is around 4 billion. The force generated by the new gen is huge, and the future of the world will be saved by them. In Sri Lanka, Gen Z population is 3.5 million, just entering the workforce. And Gen Alpha, nearly 4 million, 4.2 million, are now in schools. These both Gen Alpha and Gen C will outperform adults in the country in terms of technology, integrity, and the knowledge and skills in the years to come. New Gen has started challenging all of us being adults. As you know, the outbound mobility is increasing fast in the field of higher education. In 2018, the British Council predicted that outbound mobility from Sri Lanka would exceed 32,000. We have seen the number has already exceeded. And we are losing more than $1 billion US, those who are leaving from our country to have their higher education in other countries. However, future universities are promising and exciting. Many foreign universities are in the process of investing here in Sri Lanka, and we are also in the same process. Education itself must be transformed. Finally, I would like to highlight a few areas for your thoughts. Teaching and learning system to be integrated with new learning technologies and virtual platforms to enhance the real educational experience for our learners. This is a big challenge for teachers. Teachers will have to learn things faster than learners. Otherwise, teachers will lose their jobs, and unschooling is possible because there are lots of platforms are coming up for our learners to learn things. Real freedom of education is guaranteed through blended learning and flexible learning platforms with a variety of choices to meet the diverse needs of the industries and the future learners. No much interest in examination, but in assessment. Lecturers will visit universities and learners will visit universities to face the assessment and get certified themselves for their skill set. And they have already gained through the self-learning. So self-learning and peer learning is possible using different platforms. Lifelong learning opportunities are provided by universities in the process of upskilling and reskilling. Universities will force and have different challenges, and global opportunities are growing up. So global opportunities are coming immensely in the field of higher education. Universities will foster global collaboration and partnership in increasing opportunity globally. So finally, new social contract for education is a must. One that aims to rebuild our relationship with each other and with the planet and with technology. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a personality obtained his BSc engineering degree with first-class honors in the year 2001 from the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka, and Master of Engineering Science and PhD from the Western University, Canada. And his research interests are in the general area of computer vision and deep learning for vision. And currently he's with the Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka, as a senior lecturer. And he's a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, IEEE, United States of America. It's my pleasure inviting Mr. Ranga Rodrigo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sirivardhan and others for inviting me. I was very much inspired by the thoughts given by the other speakers. I want to briefly talk about artificial intelligence and how that can apply in our businesses. See, artificial intelligence is on us, so therefore we have to embrace it. It has many uses through which a business outcome can be delivered. So what I see artificial intelligence is learning representations. That means we look at things, images, text, and so on. As human beings, we understand how to represent them in some format of numbers, and the computers also try to represent them in that fashion. And so therefore, there are many categories in artificial intelligence, the AI overarching arm, then the machine learning, neural networks, and deep learning. We call deep learning when the number of layers are more than 8 and so on. So why is this coming upon us now? Because people understood that research translates to industrial applications because of the invention of these parallel processing platforms, which are the GPUs that we have on our machines. So traditional processors are there, like i9s and so on. Then the GPUs by NVIDIA parallelize all these computations. So especially H100s are there, $30,000 each. We cannot afford them, but we have smaller processors that can do these tasks. So what people understood was, first of all, you compute some sort of features, maybe edges, maybe some words, 5-word combinations and so on, but that was the old paradigm, the classical learning. Then we have the feature learning and the classification, or neural networks come into the picture. This is the paradigm that is working right now. So people discovered, as you can see on the right-hand side bottom, that the neural networks learn patterns that are intelligible to human beings. So they are no longer black boxes, but human beings can also comprehend what these models can actually learn. So there are 3 major areas of application as I see. First of all, computer vision, which I am involved with. So if you think about Tesla's self-driving and the self-driving applications that we have demonstrated over there, those are all computer vision applications. So you can see the VR things and all sorts of things that excite us, and these belong to computer vision and graphics. Secondly, the most important part is actually natural language processing, the second row. If you take large companies like Google and OpenAI, those are natural language processing companies. They take streams of text and understand how to represent them so that the next possible word can be generated by them. So ChatGPT, Bard, and all sorts of things, they do not think for themselves, but they actually generate the next possible word. So that's how they can generate all these things. So you can see public chatbots, negotiators, and so on are the applications of that. Then finally, we have the data science. I think most of you can explain that better than I know, how that can transform businesses. So data is the name of the game. So as organizations, we must try our best to retain our data, whether we have the intention of using them in an artificial intelligence application or not. Now, I want to show you a picture of one of these applications. This is anomaly detection, which is very important for even Sri Lankan industry, garment industry, and other manufacturing industries. So you can see in the second row how they have classified the bad ones and the good ones. For example, in the pill, you can see a dot above the number 500. That's an anomaly that they have been able to classify that. So we also have systems that can do this. And then in the last row, you can see they have identified the defective area. So these are all applications of computer vision, just one application. There are many more. So let's see now what is meant by generative AI. So generative AI means based on the things that you have in your mind, we are able to generate something as human beings. Now, the current machine learning systems, deep learning systems also have that capacity now. What they do is, based on their computations about existing data, actually the probability of existence of data, they also can generate something. Now, that generation we can usefully use for different kinds of things, like text generation on the first row. So that's how ChatGPT and so on came into being. So I can see there are two organizations that are displaying how your organization's information can be put into your own computer so that a ChatGPT-like application can help you. Now imagine a situation where all your organization's knowledge is digitized and you can ask a quick question. In what tier was the decision made? And who were the people who were instrumental in making that decision? One simple question like that can be answered by an engine like that. Why do you want to have that in our own machine rather than putting that on a cloud? Of course, you know better than I do that we have to be protective of our data. Right? Then data augmentation is also one application, and then music composition and so on, many other applications of generative AI. So let's see one famous application of generative AI, this so-called Midjourney. So I think some of you are subscribers to Midjourney. I don't have money to be subscribing to Midjourney. So these images, these characters, they never existed. They are generations from Midjourney, beautiful, beautiful generations. Some of the pictures in my slides are also generated artificially. So one more is a recent publication in CVPR 2023. So we too are working on something like that. So here you can see this is just a single camera view, and the characters are three-dimensionally built. So we call this 4D human. So you can imagine the possibilities that are there with a 4D human. That means if you want to dress up a character in a different costume or make an avatar to video by itself using just one single camera, these are now becoming possible. So all these are possible because of generative AI techniques that we have. Yes, it's a very recent work, CVPR 2023. So we can move forward. So I thought of just talking about a very simple application where we can use in Sri Lanka even a small organization like a restaurant like this. This is also an AI-generated image. Assume that we have the capacity to identify these people who are sitting in the restaurant. And then we are able to identify what food items that they ordered. Of course, we know that already. So we make note of those things. Not only on one day, on every single day, we make a note of things that people ordered. Then all of a sudden, 6 months later, we will have the capacity of answering questions like, what are the stocks that I should have ready for Tuesdays? What would a customer who ordered rice would order next as a dessert? And even more complicated questions like, what would make a customer return? That means even if we have the capacity to do so-called re-identification of customers. And then finally, what menu did the trick. So those are all possibilities. Now, there are some problems also, because high-tech companies still have the command of AI. So like Apple, IBM, Google, Meta, and so on. So what is the solution? I have written that next. Use technologies that enable small businesses to use AI. That means if AI means not coding, just having data, the problem is solved. So this is where we should move. So even small companies can support you in that regard. If data means AI, the problem is solved. That means we don't need AI professionals to code that for you. Then secondly, requirement of massive amounts of data. So people thought that you need massive amounts of data. It is no longer true because of the pre-training that we can do. ChatGPT itself is a generative pre-trained transformer. So like the brain, we hold a lot of data in our mind, then with few amounts of prompting, we would be able to get things done. So that's one paradigm, pre-training our models. The second paradigm is few shot learning. As a human being, if I am shown one picture of a violin, second time I'd be able to identify that. So that's learning by one shot. So it is possible now. These technologies have come into the picture. Then there is another problem. That one is when we try to apply AI, people think that they are going to lose the jobs. This is not true. The truth is actually with AI, our capacity to do more business will improve. That means we have to make synergetic teams with AI inside the team. That's what I wanted to represent in that picture also. The team is discussing with an AI. The AI is brainstorming for you, giving you data and so on. So therefore, it's a synergetic team. So therefore, data plus human judgment is what would drive a future company. So people will not lose jobs because of this phenomena. Then the final one, I don't have a solution. AI professionals are expensive. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that educative presentation. Well, we now have a lady who's going to be talking to us on a very important subject, and that of empathy. Well, she is aspirational yet accessible, with a charismatic and infectious stage presence, is a truly global leader and personality. A CEO, global best-selling author, keynote speaker, and deeply personable coach with over 18 years experience across 25 plus markets. Her commitment to her craft is both contagious and utterly authentic, capturing audiences instantly. Her passion to help make the world a more empathetic, valuable, and sustainable connected place to be is as infectious as it is needed. And given her current momentum, she might just be the change we have been waiting for. So let's welcome that lady, Mimi Nicklin.
My name's Mimi, as you just heard, and I'm really, really excited to be here today to talk about something that I'm incredibly passionate about, which is empathy, which is human understanding, but also something that so many of my colleagues today have touched on, which is communication, listening, working across multi-generational workplaces. Now, I've been in Sri Lanka about 3 years, and of all the countries I work in, this is probably the one with the largest discrepancy of age, from the chair often man at the top, who in Sri Lanka may be in their 80s or 90s, all the way down to the young ones coming in at the bottom, who might be 17 or 18 years old. So that's what I came here to do today, to talk to you about that. But I want to start with a question. And that question is this: can you predict the future? Possibly with some AI, yes. I can, and I'll tell you why I can do that. Because the reality is, it's already here. And the fact is, everything will change. Because that is the only reality of a leader's life set. Many of the leaders today on the stage have said the same thing. Be prepared for nothing to ever stay the same. As leaders, we have to keep up with that ever-present, tumultuous change that is going on around us, not least of which is the people that we have to lead. So it really is the only constant in your lifespan. Now, with every industrial revolution, the world has changed significantly. Normally, that's due to technology or product. But in the fourth industrial revolution, which is where we are right now, it will be the people, society that is changing faster than the products and the tech around us. So it's not just about the things you make, but the people you lead. And what that is doing is ensuring that you have to shift your mindset to lead a whole group of people in a brand new way. Lots of my work, in fact, nearly all of it, is in South Asia. And the CEOs that I work with constantly talk to me about this. They say to me, Mimi, I don't know how to lead these people. They don't think like me. They don't speak like me. They definitely don't tweet like me, because I probably don't tweet. So they don't know how to manage the people that are coming up underneath them. But it is shifting. This revolution is shifting who and how we lead. Now, this is one of my favorite quotes. And it's from Satya Nadella, who is the chairman of Microsoft. He is often voted #1 CEO in the world. He recently sent back $1 trillion to his shareholders. So one can assume that Satya is doing a good job with Microsoft. Now, he says this. He says that most people think that empathy is something you reserve for your friend or your family, but you are wrong, says Satya, because it is an existential business priority. The leaders of today have to listen before they do anything else. Disruption is upon us, we know that. If you are not listening to the people around you, you cannot keep up with them, I promise you. Because if you don't listen, how will you ever understand? Where is your insight coming from? Where is your human data coming from if you don't listen to your people? And there's lots of data that shows that as we go up the leadership ranks, we stop listening. The data doesn't know why. They don't know whether it's because of our egos or just because we get out of practice. Because as the CEO, as the leader, you have to talk all the time. You're not used to listening. But listening-led leadership is going mainstream. Today, if you speak to the top headhunters in New York, London, Mumbai, they're going to tell you that in the top 5 skills that large organizations look for in their leaders, empathy, listening, is up there. Today, to be a leader of a large organization, you have to be able to connect with your people, because gone are the days that you can sit at the top on your own. What I talk about is balancing humanism and capitalism. This is not about looking after your people and not worrying about the money. We all want to make money. This is about putting people beyond profit, not instead of. You can still make your millions. This is about balancing humanity and growth. Because if we don't do that, we end up in realities where we have the Great Resignation. Most of our workforce leaves. We have issues someone spoke about just now on our island here, where our talent is leaving. And we have issues, the small issue of sustainability, and our planet is crying. We have to find ways to balance your business growth with the people and the planet around us. That is organizational empathy. When I talk about empathy, that is what we're talking about. We're talking about understanding, and it will future-proof your business. If you guys want to keep your young Sri Lankan talent coming into your organizations and not running off to Dubai, which is where I was last week, and I promise you, half of them are there, and they keep saying to me, why are you going back to Colombo? I'm like, why aren't you coming? Right? If you want to get them back, you have to start listening to them. We have to start putting this emotionally intelligent, human-led leadership into our businesses, and this is why it is ranked as the most important leadership skill out there today. Of course, there are many. You have to be able to manage your business, you have to be commercially sound, but if you don't bring your people with you, none of that will matter into the years ahead because of this question. How can you lead anyone, a soccer team of children or a board of directors, if you don't understand them? How are you going to motivate them? How are you going to, it can't just be about money. And actually the data shows today it's not about money. When you speak to Gen Z about what they want, money comes number 3 or 4 on the list. Really it does. You have to be paid, we all need to make money. But the reason you choose a company and the reason you stay, it's not money. But if you don't understand what they want to stay in your business, how will you keep them? This is one of my favorite statistics. 79% of people, and this is 6,500 people from around the world, so it's not just, 300 people in New York. 79% of them would change their role, their industry, and all of their experience just to find a leader that listens to them. I would argue that's why we saw the Great Resignation, or silent quitters, as we often hear them called. I know in organizations here on this island, I'm going to be really honest, the young people will come and tell you, I'm resigning because I'm emigrating. Give them a call in 6 months and see if they went anywhere. Most of them didn't. They just need an excuse to get out because they're too shy, they're too scared to tell you why they're really leaving, right? They want you to hear them. And if you want that talent to change your bottom line, you need to start listening to them. So we've talked about predicting the future, but what do we know about the present? What do we know about right now that you can take home and start shifting things? The first is this minor word. We need to evolve, not just Sri Lanka, all of us. We need to shift how we work. We need to shift how people see work. We need to shift how we recruit and how we retain. But we also need to listen. It is one of our most evolutionary skill sets. We cannot survive without listening. You can't build a cave shack out in the sticks if you can't listen to each other. We are pro-social animals. That's why the pandemic was so hard. We have to be heard. It allows us to survive, not thrive, survive. When you look at data of 2 babies with similar lifespans, the one that is not attended to, that is not seen, they have the same medicine, the same bed, the same functions, the one that receives no emotional care dies sooner. As people, we need to be seen and heard. I want to leave you with one short video that talks to this quote that has beautifully flown off the slide. I say this probably every day of my life. We are all more alike than we are different. Wherever you come from, whatever you look like, whatever age you are, we are all more alike than we are different. I want to play this one video to finish. Here we go. So if we had more time, I would ask the audience to tell me what you noticed in those films, but you can just do it to yourself. I'm going to tell you what you can notice. They are all exactly the same. Since 1962, you have all been watching the same movie over and over again. Your teenagers will, and your father will. The reason I use that example is to bring to life that quote, we are all more alike than we are different. We all want to fit in, we all want to find love, we all love a fast car and somebody flying off a bridge to save the world. Pull together your people and you will pull together your business because of this. The more the world talks about empathy, the more empathy the world will have, and there has never been a time when Sri Lanka needed more empathy than now. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mimi, for that thought-provoking presentation on the very timely topic of empathy. Thank you. And now we have one more presentation on the theme, Shaping the Future of Business in Sri Lanka. And this time it's the perspectives on the apparel industry. And for that, I would like to invite a personality who is the managing director of the Brandix Group and drives the overall strategy and transformation journey of the company while overlooking its global business. Prior to taking up reins as managing director, he served as group finance director and chief strategy officer of the group and sits as a director of its subsidiaries and investment ventures that include TJ Lanka PLC, Equipa Global, and Best Pacific Lanka Limited. So without further ado, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Hasitha Premaratna.
So I will take about 10 to 12 minutes and try to touch upon very briefly the new trends and some of the value propositions that the apparel industry requires, and I need to bring the changes. First thing that I wanted to talk about is that as the times are tough, as the changes are inevitable, apparel industry, like many other industries globally, is going through a rapid transformation. You would have heard many things about the apparel industry in the last maybe 1 year, especially because the global markets are going through a significant slowdown due to heavy inventory positions, plus also the retail slowdown. And that has led for us to revisit ourselves and see how we have been operating. And when I talk about us, I'm not only talking about Sri Lanka, I'm talking about the global apparel supply chain. And generally, China used to dominate over the years, but lately there is a sizable portion of apparel supply coming outside China or moving out of China. And one of the key things that we've seen is initially it was moving towards Vietnam in a big way. And we've had significant movements lately towards from Vietnam and then towards Bangladesh. Sri Lanka has been a winner to an extent, but of course we can do a lot more. But one of the things that have been always spoken about is that moving business out of a country which has it established for a long time requires not just order movement, but a lot of preparation. So today, the biggest challenges we are going through as an industry is how do we handle that cost competitiveness, and also on the other side, how we're going to look at the complexity that these products can come to the table as well. So I will quickly move, skipping a few slides. I'm going to move out of this few of these points and straight away get into the point I wanted to touch on. As a customer, when you look at the apparel industry as a whole, I think the biggest challenge that people are looking at is how the apparel industry is viewed and seen by different perspectives from the buyer's side. So a few things are there. I'm going to talk about 5 important points. In the interest of time, I'll touch on each of them very briefly. So first of all, the cost competitiveness. Now that's something that need a significant change into way we do things. Firstly, talking about the productivity angle, because at the end of the day, when you talk about the cost competitiveness, the productivity comes in, and some of the productivity aspects are basics. So we need to address on one side the basics. I'll give you an example. People are talking about orders moving to Bangladesh in a big way. One of the main challenges that are going through is that in the Bangladesh environment, still the workforce is working much harder than in Sri Lanka. Of course, in the early 90s, we had that same thing. But today we have got kind of get into a matured mindset, and as a result of that, we've had our other interests as well. For example, if you take Bangladesh, they have a 60-hour legal approval to work per week, 60 hours per week, and they work 60 hours per week. And in Sri Lanka, we have legally 60 hours per week to work, but we work 54 hours. Now that itself pushes you down straight away in the competitive channel, right? So that's something that has over the years have emerged, And because of the Saturday work, because of the Sunday, some of the family commitments and all these things, it has become a culture that we have reduced the work. So some of those things are basics which we need to look at, how we need to balance things off. But on top of that, it's also about bringing the new technologies and the digital and automation into the industry. Because at the end of the day, when you talk about cost competitiveness, it's primarily around productivity game. How do we bring our costs down at least 30% of what it is today? When I talk about 30%, I'm not talking about just bringing the cost down, but it is cost per unit down by 30%. So one side obviously is to bring the overall cost down, but on the other side, it's about making more units, more product within a shorter period of time. So that requires certainly a different aspect to be brought in. Certainly from the bringing the cost down, recent exchange rate depreciations have also helped, but we all know that that's short-lived because inflation keep catching up parallelly. So on one side, the cost competitiveness is a very important aspect. But cost is one critical factor, and today the productivity game is going to make a huge difference on how we are going to operate. The second point I want to touch is the innovation. Now, last 4 years, if you look at the industry, if you go to a US market to shop or if you go to a European market to shop, generally you have more product which is coming with traditional or the older stuff. There's not much of a difference if you went in 2019 and then went back in 2022, not much of newness in the market. Why? Because we had COVID, so it was about selling and getting rid of the inventory. Then we had the recent economic crisis, which was building up inventory. Again, there's a lot of inventory in the system, so buyers have been working on significantly to push the inventory out. But today, there is a hunger for a newer product. The innovation has become even more important in the retail market. So the newness that we could offer is a critical success factor to get there. So again, when I talk about newness, as I said, it's more about how do we invest into R&D and get better product. And also, as we all know, when you give the newer version of a product, we have obviously an advantage in terms of the pricing as well. And in Sri Lanka, we have a lot of R&D related investments that have gone in. Large organizations have built innovation organizations that can support and grow the global needs. In fact, what happened 10 years ago in London or New York happens here today. The global buyers, their designers visit Sri Lanka. Of course, we don't ultimately own the design. We call it co-creation because we create and then there is a change and then we jointly bring the product out, and that's certainly something that keep you ahead. So that's another second aspect that we need to reshape in the industry and look at even more seriously. Third is the duty-free market access. Now, this is a big challenge. As you know, Europe is duty-free from here. US is not, and of course we have other parts as well. So India is a big market, big opportunity to look at from here. But as you all know, while it's a big ocean that's out there, it's very competitive and tough. It's not easy to get there and succeed. So we must not forget the fact that we need to also make profits, not just to say that there is a market out there. So duty-free access into Europe has certainly more potential to grow, and good news is that we have extension of the GSP Plus for another few years as well. And fast-growing Indian domestic market is an opportunity, but we need to diversify into more new markets, and duty-free is a very important factor there. Then moving on, the other big thing is the faster response. Now we need to respond fast to the buyer's requirements, especially to manage their inventories. And in that context, we've had a lot, especially because of the logistics support we have in the port, right? So port connectivity has helped us to bring the goods in as well as to take them out. But more importantly, I think the bigger conversation today is about the global supply chains. That is bringing verticality in and connecting the dots to say that we have more produced locally than importing from elsewhere. And that was spoken about for a long time in this industry, but came into real pressure because of the COVID situation. You know what happened during COVID, right? Fabric is coming from China, sewing happens here. So the buyer says, I have geographically spread the risk between China and Sri Lanka, right, for the end product. But unfortunately, when China closes down, Sri Lanka has to wait, though we have the sewing capacity here, because we can't get down the fabric. So that made the localization of the supply chains even more relevant. So on one side, it's towards the faster response, secondly towards managing the geographical risk spread. So both these aspects have made a difference, and today, if you look at faster response has become even more important, and Sri Lanka with our destination advantage, as well as supply chain localization, can offer a significant value proposition. And finally, something that has always kept the Sri Lankan industry ahead of the competition. The cutting edge, or rather the compliance, we spoke about in the past as sustainability, the 3 Ps, and then it moved into ESG frameworks, right? But at the end of the day, it's all about how we look after our environment and our people, which is a very important aspect. And most of the time we've heard from our buyers that if you give an order to Sri Lanka, you can go to sleep peacefully, right? So that was the comfort that we had developed over the years from the early 90s with significant investment into the sustainability programs. And today, sustainability has become a topic that is very, very important in the eyes of the consumer. So that's something that we cannot relax on, saying that we are doing a good job or we have done a good job, because the rest of the world is catching out, particularly Bangladesh. Traditionally, when you say Bangladesh, you tend to think that Bangladesh is far behind on this subject, but today they are not. They've invested heavily into the sustainability side, particularly into the solar LEED platinum certified factories, etc. So they're catching up. So we have to be at the cutting edge of things. That's why it's not just saying ESG compliance, we have to move to the next level. We have to get our solar, we have to get all the other environmental waste management aspects, as well as the good labor practices we have, we need to take it to the next level. So these are the 5 things I wanted to touch upon. Of course, in that limited time I have, to say that if we want to shape the industry to the next level and kind of look at how we need to look at the next 5 to 10 years journey, these 5 areas need a top focus. And most of the large organizations in Sri Lanka today in this industry definitely focus on these areas, but it's also the SMEs that need to be supported and guided to get there. When the Joint Apparel Association is working on those aspects as well. But overall, in summary, what I wanted to say is that a transformation is needed in the industry at this stage to make those significant value propositions on offer to our customers. And good news is, customers see Sri Lanka as a reliable destination. So with that, I will wrap up and, of course, call out that the key industry players are on this journey, and obviously we need to keep doing that because the competition is fast catching up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasita, for that very effective and detailed presentation. And that takes us into inviting our guest of honor this evening to address you all. He has held various positions within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Japanese government in charge of free trade agreement, sustainable development goals, and sustaining peace efforts, among others. His previous foreign postings include the Embassy of Japan in the United States of America and the Embassy of Japan in the People's Republic of China. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Tokyo and a Master of Arts degree from the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences at Harvard University. He has also studied at the Faculty of History and Faculty of Law at the Peking University. He has lectured at various universities in Japan and the United States and is a frequent speaker at policy events around the globe. It's my pleasure inviting our guest of honor, Mr. Kotaro Katsuki. He is the Minister and Deputy Head of Mission at the Japanese Embassy in Sri Lanka.
Chief Guest Dr. Nandalal Weerasinghe, Governor of the Central Bank, Mr. Anurasiriwardena, Chairman of the Global CEO Forum, distinguished speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here. I've been listening to fascinating stories during the past 3 hours. And it seems to be a CEO, you have to cope with whatever crisis. You have to be inclusive in the way you work. You have to keep up with recent technologies like AI and everything. And also I think Maruti Suzuki, President was mentioning that the CEO has to be prepared 24/7. I cannot think of any other job that is more challenging. So I'm very fortunate that I'm not a CEO myself. So that's my takeaway. So today I'm here more of a learning mode rather than sharing my views. But still, I think I'd like to share some of the reflections that I'm feeling while listening to the fantastic stories. So on the first half of the leadership in turbulent times, I think there are certain aspects that all the speakers were touching upon, and to make sure that your staff will be with you to make difficult decisions and other things. But one of the things I have learned in the past, especially from a mentor, he was telling me a good CEO is a person who takes good care of the shareholders. A better CEO is a person who takes good care of the customers. But the best CEO is a person who takes good care of their employees. I'm not sure if that is true, but that seems to have its truth. The other thing, when I was working in the headquarters promoting sustainable development and business, one of the findings was that Japanese business tend to be sustainable. If you look at companies who have lasted 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, even longer, we have found out that in most categories, some Germany is also very good, but in most of the categories, the number of companies, long-lasting companies, tend to be in Japan. And I think when we looked into the reasons of that, one of the features of Japanese business might be one of the secrets. And in Japanese, we say sampo yoshi. If we translate it into English, it's very difficult, but something like good for three sides. And what it is that firstly, doing a business, it has to be good for yourself, the company that is doing business by themselves. Then secondly, it has to be good for your, the person you are doing business with. That person has to be good. But also, that's not sufficient. It has to also to be good for the community surrounding the business that you are doing. So most typically, that will be doing something good for the region that you are operating in. And I think these features kind of highlight, more. It won't be too much opportunistic. Rather, you'll try to share whatever revenue or income or whatever value that you create, and try to share it among, not by yourself, but with as many people as possible. So listening to the fascinating stories, it seems I'm kind of reaffirming some of the points that I just mentioned, and it seems it's also very applicable, especially among the successful CEOs who are gracing this event today. And then on the second half, the way ahead of business, already we have heard about education, AI, and then empathy, and also I think the Brandix approach to most recent business. In the context of Sri Lanka, I must say, Governor is here, so he will give a better view of the current situation. But I think at this moment, the outstanding task is to get the debt restructuring completed. Because once that is achieved, then the sovereign ratings of the country will go up, and then the financing, access to finance will be much easier. So I think in the short term, to restructure the debt is absolutely necessary. And for that, Japan is working very closely with Sri Lanka and also other government creditors. So in the coming day or so, we are planning to have a meeting in Paris to discuss about the way forward. And hopefully, very soon, sooner rather than later, we will see a good milestone achieved. And hopefully that will give a lot of confidence in doing business in Sri Lanka. And then, once the debt is restructured, I think trade and investment will resume very strongly. And our embassy also has been focusing most of our attention during this year on that. So once the debt is restructured, how we can increase and enhance trade and investment. And and one thing, we are doing a lot of planning, but one thing we are asking on the side of the Sri Lankan government is to improve the business environment. I think listening to the CEOs here, since they can cope with whatever difficulties, it might not be too much of an issue. But listening carefully to our Japanese companies operating here, I think one of the things that we hear is that the procedures take a very long time, and also as time goes by, policy changes quite frequently. So it's very hard to kind of plan ahead and and execute as planned. So to come up with a more kind of stable and friendly business environment, I think would be absolutely crucial to enhance trade and investment once the debt is restructured. So hopefully the reforms that the government is working upon is, I think, heading to that direction. So we would like to work closely with the government and to facilitate that process to the extent possible. And then on specific areas, there are many. And it seems H.E., the president, during his speech in New York just hours ago, he's emphasizing the importance of the low-hanging fruit, that is tourism, that's of course. But then I think agriculture and aiming towards a higher technology agriculture. That is also very much understandable. Apart from that, I think from the Japanese viewpoint, we think renewable energy is a very promising area for Sri Lanka. And last year, we signed a MOU with Sri Lanka on joint crediting mechanism, which basically is Japanese government will pay up to 50% of the project money for a joint venture Sri Lankan company utilizing Japanese technology to mitigate and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And hopefully this will, and we are just about to establish a joint committee to approve projects that will be applied. So we are looking forward to, facilitating Japanese and Sri Lankan companies working together to work on renewable energy projects all around the island. So we would try to work on that front. And then with the viewpoint of the mid to longer term, one thing is, I think, also the Managing Director of Brandix also touched upon, I think, like free trade arrangements, that's also very important. And for that, we are very much aware that the President is advocating, for free trade agreements. And in the future, he also mentions about joining RCEP, which is ASEAN 10 countries, together with Japan, Korea, China, Australia, New Zealand, 15-country free trade agreement, which, if does happen, will integrate Sri Lanka into this global or regional value chain, and also will facilitate market access into emerging markets right around, very close to Sri Lanka. So if that is the policy direction of the government of Sri Lanka, then Japan is ready to help, work along those lines. This is very important, I think, and hopefully that will move forward. And lastly, on the financing side, I think that was also touched upon by the previous speaker. When we were working on sustainable business, so basically what our government tried to do was to work closely with our business community to really benefit from the ESG investing movement, because basically, as I kind of briefly explained to you, Japanese business is the attitude is a very kind of sustainable one, and so I think if Japanese business do well, they will be able to unlock a lot of the ESG investing money in their favor. Especially, this will happen typically for a listed company who have their stocks on the market. That will be directly bringing in the ESG money into their favor. But also in Japan, 99% of our companies are SMEs, and they are scattered all around the country. And most of them are not listed companies. So what we tried to do was to work closely with the local financial institutions, and they would be part of that ESG movement. and to approach them and the local governments to give incentive for them to lend favorably to SMEs, especially who are taking a sustainable posture in their core business. And we are already starting that kind of scheme in Japan. And well, of course, COVID and all these things. So, I think it will take a little bit more time to really go in scale. But especially in this time of difficulties like COVID or the financial crisis that is hitting Sri Lanka, to take care of the SME sector, which in this country also, from what I know, is absorbing a lot of the population. So to address that area would be crucial. And I think what the government is trying to do is to aim at a more sustainable posture as you revitalize the economy. So hopefully, if that is done very well in an orderly manner, then that will help businesses operating in Sri Lanka to access a lot of that, the trillions of money that will come flowing in through the ESG investing movement. So these are some of the reflections that I had listening, and I'm more than happy that to learn from Dr. Nandalal's, how he sees the economy right now and the way forward. But also there'll be a panel discussion, so I'd be delighted to learn more. And also, so many people. We are just sitting here, so I think hopefully we can do a little bit of mingling later on with some drinks at our hands. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katsuki, for your insightful address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as Compere, it's my pleasant task to introduce our chief guest this evening. A personality who holds a PhD and a master's degree in economics from the Australian National University and a BSc degree from the University of Kelaniya. He served at the Central Bank of Sri Lanka for nearly 30 years in different capacities, including chief economist, Director of Economic Research, Assistant Governor, Deputy Governor, and Senior Deputy Governor. He also served as an alternative Executive Director for India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Bhutan at the International Monetary Fund. After retirement from the Central Bank in January 2021, he worked as an independent consultant for economic and financial matters for multilateral agencies and global investment firms prior to assuming duties as the 17th governor of the central bank in April 2022. He has been rated at the highest by Global Finance magazine recently based on inflation control, economic growth goals, currency stability, and interest rate management. Without further ado, with much respect, I invite our chief guest, Dr. Nandalal Weerasinghe, to address you all.
Good evening, CEOs, organizers, my friend Andrea, and all the key organizers here. First of all, let me thank organizers for inviting me to this forum. I was wondering, this is a private sector CEOs forum, and what should someone like me, the public officer, come and tell you? I think that's a bit of a, when I listened to some of the talks that I heard, I have to admit this is mainly the Global CEOs Forum is mainly for the CEOs of the private sector, I guess. That's where more about how to do business, how to promote, get to investment, expand your businesses, how to make profits, all these things. And how to run your businesses, how to access markets, all are completely private sector business. I should say I am not an expert on that. As a public officer, all I can do is just to share what I thought is a role of the public sector, the role of the private sector in basically coming out of this crisis and taking the country forward to a better kind of outcome after this crisis. So first of all, I must congratulate the CEOs Forum, this initiative, because it's quite, in my view, it's timely and important because we are kind of at a crossroad in terms of the direction of travel as an economy, as a country. If we thought about if we're going to if you're going to have this forum a year ago, obviously there could be, I don't think anyone would imagine we could have this kind of forum, because I can remember those days I had a lot of interactions with CEOs of the private sector. It's all about coming to me, coming to the bank and asking how to find foreign exchange, for them to import, how the exporters coming and asking how to get the operations operational properly without disturbance on the power cuts, all these issues. I think I can remember those days. I can see a clear difference. I don't see many meetings and visitors from the private sector now. That's a good part. So that I see that they are getting on back to their normal businesses. And although I don't say this is best environment and facility, occasion for the business, but still there's a clear change. And I'm happy to see that, not having a lot of requests from the government central bank or our officers asking for, relief, support, everything, and they are getting back to normal business. I think that's a good development. This is why I say it's good timely, because now there's a long way to go. So these are the forums that will help you to exchange your ideas, about new innovations, how to get on the business, how to market access, all these things that I'm sure there have been, how to bring in new technology. I think this is a good timing that you are having this kind of forums. I must appreciate the efforts, especially we need to continue this kind of this thing. But I see myself as also CEO, but not a private sector, a public sector institution. CEO of public sector is, I think, that's a different role, especially as a CEO of a public policy institution. I think I don't have to bother about my orders coming up, how to pay salaries, all these people, but it's a different kind of challenges in different environment and different objectives, different responsibilities. I think that's where I think I can't make a contribution to your objectives, but I think that's why I thought I'll talk about the role of the public institution, public sector, and the role of the private sector, how we can go together to come out of this situation. I think in my view, I mean this is, and also before that I just first want to ask you something also related. Today is a historic day in terms of things that we have been doing. I must announce that first one is that after several years of efforts, we got this legislation governing the central bank, which was only a Monroe Act, and we got the Central Bank Act, new legislation, new act governing central bank, giving more independence, accountability. Obviously, was enacted, and today we had the first governing board meeting. That first day of the governing board meeting, we took also important decision in that meeting. First day of the first governing board that I chaired with all new members. That's the historic day, and also in that meeting, we were able to fully complete what we call domestic debt optimization strategy and completed the debt exchange. Even for the last lap of the domestic debt optimization is to convert treasury bills of almost close to 3 trillion held by the central bank, converted into longer-term treasury bonds. That was also completed today, settlement happening tonight. From tomorrow onwards, government will get the full relief out of domestic debt optimization. That is an important milestone in this process of recovering and addressing the crisis that we are going through. Partly, first crisis that I mentioned is a sovereign debt crisis. It's not private sector debt crisis, not the private firms, but the debt crisis of the sovereign debt. That's how the first one. In that process, first part, from our part, domestic debt optimization now fully completed today. And then, obviously, as Deputy Ambassador mentioned, next part is to complete the external debt restructuring to restore what we call the sovereign debt sustainability, which is most important part for everyone, all of you to get your normal activities and for you to be able to do business. Without sovereign debt sustainability, I don't think we can address all the situations. That's why it's important the historic day today in terms of that process. And then why that is important in this process is that because now when you think about the crisis we had, is one is a sovereign debt crisis, government debt crisis. Another one is the balance of payment crisis, lack of foreign exchange earnings by the country as a whole, mainly that is the private sector, foreign exchange earnings. That's two parts. But there's a root cause of this whole crisis is basically government sovereign debt crisis, basically, build up over a period of time with very high fiscal expansion, lack of fiscal discipline, then led to higher debt. And obviously, that's why it's important to discuss about the role of private sector and public sector. Why we came into this situation is that there was a confusion between the role of the private sector and public sector in the development of a country, where the government, public sector, has been engaging in a lot of businesses, activities that private sector is supposed to do in the past. For example, the historical even now, a long period of time. So, for example, the supply of electricity, supply of water, supply of petroleum, even the insurance, banking, a lot of other services, and even ports, airports, all the airlines, almost major share has been the private government sector, has been providing those services. Those are basically better and more efficiently with these objectives, clear objectives, private sector should have been doing. But when the public sector is engaging this kind of confused role, on one hand they are doing business, on the other hand public sector is supposed to provide the enabling environment for the private sector to conduct their business in a much more efficient and open and competitive basis. There is a conflict of interest when public sector as a regulator, facilitator, also engaging in part of doing business, obviously there is a conflict. We see that all the sectors, even sectors, our regulation can see banking sector. We have large share of state banks. As the owner of government has a big shareholding. And there's a nexus between the banks and the state-owned enterprises where the two state banks are exposed to the businesses conducted by the government-owned enterprises like LCX Board, Sri Lankan Airlines, CPC. And there's a conflict, and there's exposures, and there's an influence, so that is not the best model to work. Unless you have a proper regulations, proper supervision, proper legal structures, those are not going to work. That's what we have seen in this country, where this public service delivery on commercial basis, government is trying to do that. That has always been a failure in a lot of areas other than, obviously government has responsibility to provide health, education, social safety nets, other essential services, provide support infrastructure, provide facilitate business environment, reduce the barriers, address the rigidities in the land markets, address the rigidities in the labor market, so that people, private sector can do that business going forward. So we have failed, in our model, we have failed that. And that's how, for a period of time, government has been trying to engage in the business, build up huge debt without having a proper returns because those are inefficient operations. Now we ended up in debt crisis. So now this going forward, this is why we are trying to address that part. But addressing the restructuring debts, government debt obligations would not itself solve the problem unless you address the root cause of that thing, is that government is trying to engage the activities that government should not be engaging. That's a key lesson going forward. There's obviously I don't think government has any space going forward after the restructuring. People who gave us credit, who gave loans and credit to the government, would certainly will not be doing it again if we do the same thing again. That's why going forward, this has to be changed for us to sustain. That's why I think going forward, that's why I think this forum is important. There will be a lot of opportunities. Government will gradually move away from this, and government should be able to open up opportunity space for the private sector to come and participate in a more competitive, open and transparent basis. And this is where the private sector role going forward, there will be a much bigger role going forward. I can assure you, government is no longer, if we continue to do that kind of business, we will end up in another crisis, a sovereign debt crisis. So government can't afford to do that. And this is where the recent reforms of the cost recovery pricing and no subsidies to the state-owned enterprises if they make losses. They have to adjust their prices so make it so more efficient. Provide the public service delivery. Otherwise, open up the competition, and then you all private sector can come and compete with the private sector, government sector, and government sector gradually need to at least compete on a level playing field in every sector, banking sector, the electricity, utility, everywhere. Even the port services related, that ports and all operations will have to be on that basis. Government should only be focusing on this, addressing and supporting the environment, as Japanese Deputy Ambassador mentioned, is about the making environment to do business better. Cutting down the regulatory barriers and cutting down the times that you need to spend. For example, now we all know that the lot of time resources you spend a lot of time and resources to deal with Inland Revenue Department, deal with the customs, deal with the ports, deal with the customs, and deal with other approvals, going after public officers to get the public service. Even at the lowest level, small business, go to the local council and get their services, it's not that easy. Your resources are allocated, and that's why our businesses are less competitive compared to a lot of other markets, because your cost is basically mainly because of the difficulty in doing your business. I think that is the main role the government should be focusing on going forward, so that will make the key thing that was mentioned is cost competitiveness is the bottom line of any business. And also other part, the government responsibility is to, that's one part of government role, bring down the role of the government, bring down the burden of the government, get less involvement in the business activities, and do the facilitation role. And then government resources can be diverted to more towards health, education, necessary public services. Government has responsibility to do that. With that, I think there will be a better environment, more social safety net, looking after poor and vulnerable, and make the people who earn more pay taxes and have proper systems in place. That's one part. And the other part is the what they call balance of payment price that we have been going through. That is also related to the fiscal deficit, what we call trend deficit story. When the government is trying high fiscal deficits, that will translate into high current account deficits and low reserves, and the high kind of volatility in the exchange rates and volatility in the interest rates. Those are the outcomes of those policies. And then obviously the institution like us, the central bank, and the government has a role to manage and maintain a stable macroeconomic environment so that you have a predictable, consistent policies going forward and clearly open and transparent basis. I think and also because of the balance of payments, what we have in long time is that even as a private sector, if you look at our Sri Lankan private sector focus on the business is mainly the domestic oriented businesses as a share of GDP. For example, we are saying 20 years ago export to GDP was 30-35%. now come down to 15%, which means economy has expanded, but not more towards export orientation, more competitive to global businesses, less competitive globally, but with protections and coverage, businesses were basically more towards the local businesses, domestic areas, where those can survive only as soon as there is a protection. There are some public services, government is also engaging in certain businesses. As a result, less competitive and less earning of foreign exchange, more spending foreign exchange as a country is not sustainable. That is the second part of this reform, is to convert this, what they call import-dependent economy, into export-oriented economy. So that is the next transition that needs to happen. For that to happen, there's a role for the government and the central bank, where we need to maintain, as already mentioned, the competitive exchange rate. So that's why I think just mentioned export exchange rate depreciation helped to make this export sector a little more competitive than in the past. So we have to have right balance. Obviously, country is still importing more than exporting. We have to look after every sides of the impacts, but still we need to move towards a much more competitive kind of environment where we have a real effective competitive exchange rate that will encourage people to earn more foreign exchange. Second part, for them to earn or supply your products and services on a more competitive basis to global markets. It's about global CEO, not a local CEO forum. It's a global CEO forum. You look at how you can take your businesses globally. So for them to be able to take business globally, you should be competitive globally. Our problem that we had in the largely private sector historically is coming to the government and lobbying and pushing and asking the government, please protect my sector from high import duties and give us protection. We can compete only locally, but not globally. That has to be changed. If we are to, so this is where government responsibility is to open up, facilitate our people to businesses to access global markets. It is not a necessary, it's not sufficient. It's necessary if we need to negotiate with other markets, have more access to Japan, Europe, or India, or whatever emerging markets. We need to open up our businesses to the global competition. But when you open up, obviously there's a challenge. If you're not competitive globally, then you can't survive. That is where you need to have this innovation technology, and government role is to facilitate, but yourself, this forum is all about how to be globally competitive. This global CEO forum should be looking at how you can be globally competitive, not that how you can be locally competitive by asking, increase the duty of this product so that we can sell more. Increase duty of this motor vehicle so that we can sell more locally, but you can't sell anything beyond Sri Lanka. That has to be changed. That is where I think from the private sector point of view, while recognizing the role of the government, private sector, I think I know a lot of business leaders are looking at what are the products, how they can be competitive, even both locally and globally. If you are competitive locally without any protection, and if you open up exposed to the global markets, you should automatically will be competitive globally. If you are competing only locally and not globally, once open markets are open, you will collapse. That is where the going forward, and for the country to sustain, for the private sector business to sustain. That is why every successful model that we are seeing, talk about Vietnam, Bangladesh earlier, Korea, Taiwan, Malaysia, Indonesia, even China, Japan. That's how those countries have progressed. Without that transition, without that transformation and thinking by the private sector, I don't think basically we can make a significant sustainable progress going forward. This is, I think, two parts. I think this I'll stop here. First part is the role of public sector, and I say our facilitation role by the public sector and the role of the government's private sector is to make use of the opportunities and be competitive and be ready to compete and ready to open up markets and then use all the technology, new innovations, to be competitive as a global player, not a local player. Thank you very much.
For sharing your words of wisdom with everybody present here today. We now move on to a very special moment. It's the official launch of the Global CEO magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global CEO magazine and Global CEO TV provide wide collection of vital information for high-profile individuals, decision makers, and game changers, both in the private and public sectors, organizations, and entrepreneurs. Creative, innovative, informative, interesting and intelligent content of the Global CEO magazine and Global CEO TV will definitely inspire and motivate corporate leaders to build exceptional and great organizations. Such organizations in return will give exceptional results for the stakeholders for the entire world indeed. Global CEO magazine and Global CEO TV are committed to build not only innovative organizations, but also networks and ecosystems that could create across organizational boundaries. So let us help you awaken the dormant genius in you and to finally unleash the fountains of fresh insights to flow from you. And on that note, we're moving on to the official launch of the magazine. And for that, can I please invite Mr. Anura Sirivaran, the chairman, also Sabrina Jawahir, and Dr. Numaya Sirivaran on stage. Everybody put your hands together and give them a round of applause.
Global CEO Magazine, inspiring excellence. Global CEO Magazine, inspiring excellence.
And for the launch, ladies and gentlemen, we have pleasure in inviting our chief guest, Dr. Nandalal Weerasinghe, and our guest of honor, Mr. Kotaro Katsuki, on stage, please. Everybody, a round of applause. Thank you very much. And on that wonderful note, we're moving on to a spot of entertainment. After the launch, we have this very talented orchestra, Mahesh Denipitya and his team. Everybody put your hands together and give them a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. We've only got a few copies of the magazine that was just launched. We want all of you to please hand over your business cards at the entrance, because the magazine is yet in the process of being printed. So all of you will receive your copies. Make sure that you hand over your business card at the entrance. Right, we're now moving on to another very special moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we pay tribute to a legendary global brand creator. And I'm not going to mention the person's name. I'm going to leave it to this individual, and he will do the needful. Everybody put your hands together for Professor Jayanta Devasiri of the Sabaragama University.
Very good evening, everyone. I take it as a great pleasure and honor to introduce the Global Brand Creator 2023. He is a late disruptor, team maker, and servant, and was a remarkable individual whose life's journey embodies the essence of entrepreneurship, innovation, and compassion. Born in 1930 into a modest, predominantly Catholic background in a small village near Colombo, Sri Lanka, he embarked on a transformative entrepreneurial odyssey that is spanned over 7 decades. His recently published autobiography, Disruptor, Teammaker, Servant, encapsulates the multifaceted persona and the extraordinary accomplishment of this distinguished person. In a post-independence era dominated by British interests and their local collaborators, he stood as a lone voice, challenging the established order and disrupting an equilibrium that favored multinational exporters at the expense of local producers. He defied a system that stifled innovation and broke through self-imposed barriers to create an international success story with his single origin pure Ceylon tea brand, Dilmah. The MJF group of companies, a family-owned conglomerate with diverse interests in hospitality, printing and packaging, and exports, owes its success to the foundation laid by Dilmah, the first and only grower-owned international tea brand. But his impact extended far beyond the boundaries of the tea industry. Even before the advent of Dilmah, while initially operating as a bulk tea exporter to Western markets, he advocated for diversifying Ceylon tea export to new territories such as Russia, Japan, and the Middle East. Alongside like-minded individuals who shared his vision, he tirelessly worked to establish a common platform for exporting pure Ceylon tea to CIS countries and Gulf states actively seeking state support for the endeavor. He was also one of the pioneers in addressing the need for value addition within Sri Lanka itself. His unyielding commitment to the purity and authenticity of pure Ceylon tea was a cornerstone of his marketing philosophy. He staunchly opposed dilution with cheaper imports and confronted the tea hub cartel, sparking widespread discussions in print and media. His unwavering advocacy for marketing pure Ceylon tea at a value commensurate with its true worth reflected his dedication to the industry's integrity. His opposition to what he termed the discount culture of cheap tea, who sacrificed product quality and value per profit, was a principal stance he upheld for decades. He recognized that this practice perpetuated inequality and diminishing opportunities for disadvantaged workers and producers in the developing world. Further, he emphasized the growers' responsibility to the environment, their land, their families, all of which could only be fulfilled through fair pricing and ethical manufacturing. Beyond tea, His vision extended to the broader agricultural landscape of Sri Lanka. He believed that the country's economic resurgence relied on sustainable cultivation of tea, coconut, rubber, and spices. This conviction materialized in the extensive cultivation of cinnamon, with 300 hectares under cultivation in Kahavatta plantations, the plantation arm of his group. He consistently advocated for unlocking the country's agricultural production and initiated various initiatives within the business community and with different governments over the decades. His commitments to delivering the best possible products extends to hospitality sector as well. Resplendent Ceylon, the group hospitality segment, reflects his passion for excellence with exclusive properties in Dikkoya, Muskelia, Veligam, and Yala, all admitted to the prestigious Relays and Charities Association for their uncompromising quality. A deeply religious man, he was instilled from childhood with a sense of responsibility to society and the imperative of sharing with the less fortunate. His belief in individual responsibility to society culminated in the MJF Charitable Foundation, funded by the earnings of the group's tea operations. So the foundation's mission encompasses rectifying social inequalities, empowering the marginalized, managing the environment, and protecting endangered species. Its far-reaching initiatives touch the lives of individuals and communities, not only in Sri Lanka, but also overseas. In a world where entrepreneurial success is often measured slowly by financial metrics, as we know, his legacy is a testament to the immeasurable value of goodness generated by the business. He designed an enterprise operation driven by the philosophy of business as a matter of human service. So we witness the importance of human service today with the keynote speakers. So this philosophy extended its embrace to marginalized, destitute, and disabled individuals, the conservation of threatened species, and the generation of vulnerable ecosystems. To him, these silent and often overlooked entities were as important as the shareholders of his many companies, representing vital stakeholders in his vision for a better world. So he believed not only on his customers, not only on his employees, but all the stakeholders in his business. By any measure, he was a true visionary and humanist. He was an entrepreneur who consistently stood ahead of his time, challenging conventions and advocating for ethical and sustainable business practices. His relentless pursuit of excellence, commitment to the integrity of pure Ceylon tea, and unwavering dedication to social responsibility left an indelible mark on the business world and society at large. His life and work continue to inspire and serve as a guiding light for those who aspire to make a positive impact on the world through entrepreneurship and compassion. His legacy is a kind of a testament to the power of determination, innovation, and unwavering values in pursuit of excellence and positive change. His life's journey serves as an inspiration for future generations, reminding us all that business can be a force for good and that the pursuit of success can be coupled with a deep sense of social responsibility. His enduring impact resonates as a beacon of hope, urging us to strive for a world where compassion and ethics guide every endeavor and where the values he upheld continue to shape a brighter future for all. So the Global Brand Creator 2023 goes to the person none other than Mr. Merrill J. Fernando, who is the founder of Dilma, the former chairman of MJF Group of Companies. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we recognize this great, legendary global brand creator, the one and only Meryl J. Fernando. And we move on to this very special moment where we present a memorable plaque. And can I please invite our chief guest, our guest of honor, also Mr. Janaka Weerasinghe, CEO, SLT Mobitel, Dr. D.M.A. Kulasooriya, Director General, NIBM, Mr. Ahmed Ikram, Managing Director, Emerald International, Mr. Dilanka Karunaratne, representing the Chairman of Auto Bathware, Mr. Malinga Arasakularatne, CEO, Econ Travels, and not forgetting the Chairman of this event, Mr. Aruna Sirivardhana. Can we have all of you on stage, please? Wherever this personality is looking from above, well, this is the best way we can recognize this individual. And to receive this plaque, I would like to invite his daughter-in-law, Mrs. Kimali Fernando. And can we give a standing ovation, everybody? This is the only way we can pay a real tribute to this individual. Thank you very much. And coming up, ladies and gentlemen, is we're almost coming to the end, and we have two more before we conclude. Right now, it's a panel discussion. We'll make sure that all the chairs and the tables are placed. Okay, without further ado, let me invite our moderator for the panel discussion, Dr. Samantha Ratnayaka, Senior Management Consultant, Postgraduate Institute of Management, Sri Lanka. Everybody put your hands together. Give him a round of applause. And the other panelists, Mr. Revan Vikramasuriya, COO, Port City Commission, Mr. Dilhan Jayatilaka, Honorary Secretary, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Mr. Ken Vijayakumar, President, CIPM Sri Lanka, Ms. Zahara Ansari, Country Manager, AICPA and CIMA, Mr. Jehan Peranpanayagam, Chairman SLASCOM, and Dr. Lakmal Fernando, Honorary Secretary, NCCSL. Everybody put your hands together and give them a round of applause.
Shaping of the business for the future. So here there are two aspects when it comes to looking at the mindset, the skill set, and the behavior set in terms of understanding one side. The other side is creating the value. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very challenging time, so in line with the theme, so we are coming to a panel discussion. In fact, I would say that symbolically we'll take about 20 to 25 minutes kind of a discussion in that sense. So here, according to the MC, there are 27 professional bodies have converged in this global CEO forum. Out of that, here we can see that there are 6 representatives, but mainly, so apart from the port city, so other 5 representatives are there. So what I would say that to make the housekeeping in order, so rather than going for a detailed discussion in terms of setting the tone, in the first round, probably I'll start with Port City because the investment dimension. Then the other members, to make it fair, I would follow the alphabetical order of starting from finance to IT to, then we can go for marketing, people, and the renewable energy. I think that would be a fair order. So in each panelist, I would invite you to take about, I would say 1 to 2 minutes to give the big picture of what is the kind of the reshaping readiness from your institutional representation in given line. And then probably would take 1 or 2 questions and go for the final round, and that's wrapping up. So in that sense, Mr. Raven, so the starting point would be the investment landscape. You are the best person to open it up.
Good evening, everyone, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I was called to talk about investment opportunities in Sri Lanka. And who am I to come into this room with the most astute investors, business professionals, CEOs, and try and tell you all how to invest and where to invest in Sri Lanka. But what I thought is, let me take this opportunity to talk about an investment opportunity that is the most latest development proposition or the value proposition the Sri Lankan government has to offer to the world, right? It is the Colombo port city. This is a 2.7 square kilometers of land which was reclaimed, annexed to the business district of Colombo, and gazetted as a part of the Colombo district via a gazette issued in 2019. So it is an extension of the Colombo district, divisional secretariat of Colombo. So hopefully what we would like to see is, in the near future, we would even have a polling booth in there and we can go and vote in the port city. This is creating, the landmass created is being created as a special economic zone. Again, Sri Lanka is not new to special economic zones. With the GCC, which transitioned to the BOI, which is celebrating 45 years in existence now, having over 1,500 companies, we are not new to economic zones. But what is the port city, what is the government of Sri Lanka trying to create with the port city? We spoke about exporting. I think the Honorable Governor mentioned about increasing exports. The port city is looking at increasing the export of services. You all spoke about challenges in establishing and operating businesses. The port city is about creating an environment that enables doing of business or ease of doing business. We spoke about people or lots of Sri Lankans migrating overseas in droves. Right? The port city is an environment that would hopefully attract these people who migrated overseas and create an environment to attract people back into the country, and also regional and global players to come in and set up their service industries or sectors that are looking at from tourism, global trade finance, hospitality, shipping logistics, etc. So purely the service industries. This has the potential. To date, the port city has attracted or has brought in approximately $1.3 billion of foreign direct investment into the land reclamation. The next phase, which we are about to launch or starting off, is what is called vertical constructions across the land acquisition or the land leases and the infrastructure coming up is a potential investment of about another $12 to $13 billion, which we expect to see a $24 billion contribution to the GDP of the country. The next stage is what we call the operational phase, when we see the businesses coming in and leasing properties and establishing themselves and running their businesses. That is the next phase, which we hope to see happening over the next 2 to 3 years. So I'd like to sort of end there and hand over to the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Rehan, for that wonderful start with the investment spotlight and the national big picture. With that, Ms. Zara, from CIMA point of view, it's a good time to start with the financial perspective.
Thanks, Dr. Ratnakar. So it's very interesting times across, even for the finance profession, not just in Sri Lanka, but across the world. Lots of things are changing. In fact, finance is said to be at an inflection point. We've moved on from being cost-controlling people to actually the ones who are creating and adding value into businesses. So I sincerely hope those finance professionals here and their leadership that's here, if they've not got onto that journey, it's high time they did, so that they can, get that value creation happening even for our country. And thus, I'm sure Port City has amazing opportunities out there. Probably if you have a CGMA within your organizations, get that person to check out that whole thing. I know a few secrets as well, because the chairman is of course a CGMA, right? So coming back to the finance profession, lots of the changes in the outside environment is impacting our businesses, like what Hasita spoke about, right? Being cost competitive and all that. But are all our businesses geared up for that? For those who are familiar with the CF4 role, are you all also aware that Forbes, McKinsey, World Economic Forum, everyone's talking about the other CFO role, which is the Chief Future Officer. And no, that guy is not supposed to be, that guy or girl, is not supposed to be predicting the future, but rather preparing the organization for that future, how to deal with it, how to deal with the kind of challenges that come. So we at AICPA and SEMA, we are working towards upskilling our talent. I'm very, very proud to say we still hold the second largest community of CGMA fraternity across the world, second to just the UK. So we are very committed towards making sure that it continues. We give off the best talent to this country. And of course, yes, there will be a lot of talent moving. A lot of migration has happened since, unfortunately, Easter Sunday times. But the numbers are stable. And we will continue to upskill them and provide that kind of skilling to any business professional for that matter.
Thank you, Ms. Sahara. I think the key message is that the chief future, the future connector. With that, let's move to IT and the BPO industry. Mr. Jahan, you are playing a bigger role there.
Today's event really made me proud to be a Sri Lankan because it really shone a light that Sri Lanka is open for business. It highlighted our resilience, our leaders, our success stories, the innovation, and the spirit of Win Sri Lanka. And that is really reflected in the IT BPM industry, which has been absolutely resilient. All of our customers said throughout the crisis that they saw no difference in the service levels. And we have continued to grow. So the industry is estimated to be USD $1.7 billion in export revenue earnings. Our workforce has increased to 144,000. And throughout the challenges, we had some large global players like EY GDS. We had Emapta from Philippines. We had Australian-based BCS coming and setting up in Sri Lanka because they saw the long-term potential and the value in this country and in our industry. Over the last couple of weeks, we have been privileged to meet the board of IFS. They have recommitted to Sri Lanka. They have recommitted to grow in Sri Lanka. We've had investors from Norway coming in from 99X. We have had great innovations coming up, like for instance on renewable energy and tech for good, as we saw in the tea industry. So we are very, very optimistic for the future of this industry. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think that's a very good positive note. With that, Dr. Dilhan, from a marketer's point of view, it's time for us to see the big picture of marketing, branding. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Samantha. So, of course, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, many of you see it as an entity with a lot of glitz and glamour with the events and the award ceremonies that we organize. But having said that, our core is education, marketing education. Not only that, and many of you may not be aware that Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing is incorporated by an Act of Parliament, and we are the national body for marketing. So we have a larger role to play in terms of the future business in this country. And of course, we act in many ways, and we touch base on the marketing knowledge, more than marketing education, we would call it marketing knowledge from the grassroots. For an instance, we have a program which connects the rural community in this country, spreading the word of marketing. So the rural community which is engaged in micro and cottage industry, we make sure that they know the hang of marketing so that businesses can come up slowly, but they will also learn the art of marketing and it will get promoted. And also now, for long years, we actually, many people do not target the school community, the children who would be the future generation of this country, taking the responsibility. So we have a program that is approved by the Ministry of Education. We are taking not only marketing, we are taking entrepreneurship to schools. So now we have a system where we no longer have commerce societies, we have entrepreneurship societies in schools. So from the small age, we are teaching entrepreneurship practically. There's no theory, there's no syllabus. We are engaging them in activity-based learning to develop entrepreneurs. So SME sector, we talk about heavily on SME sector development and how people can be creative and entrepreneurial. We are doing that from the school base. And we target through this initiative all the schools in the country, state-owned schools. And apart from that, now our core focus of doing all this is, now I'm sure many or if not all of us, when you grew up, being a marketer had not been in the bucket list of professions for the child's ambition in our parents. What we want to do is drive that forward. So future parents will have becoming a marketer as a respected profession for their children. It's no longer being a doctor, engineer, accountant or a lawyer. Being a marketer will be in that level. So that's what we are driving towards. And also in terms of connecting to business growth, and we also consider women in leadership. Many years for now, we talk about women in the workforce. Now, how many females are leading corporate entities, large organizations in Sri Lanka? We are empowering that, and we are programmed to specifically make sure that many females come up in the ranks and become leaders of corporates where they work, or when they move out and for better prospects, when they become board level citizens, targeting the female age group of 25 to 45. So those are the key things that we do in terms of connecting marketers' role to develop business in the country, I would say.
Thank you, Dr. Dilhan. It's very pleased to hear that taking the reshaped approach from the SLIM in terms of connecting and reaching to the periphery and connecting the periphery into the center. With that, Mr. Ken, since you are the representative, the president of the nation's leading HR, it's not moving from marketing to people, but you are in the talent management landscape, the spotlight. I think it's time for you to open.
Yes. The good news is, I can see many CEOs are here. They have not decided to, migrate or whatever. They are all here, so that's a positive news. But the bad news is Sri Lanka issued all-time high of 874,955 passports last year. Foreign Employment Bureau, more than 300,000 Sri Lanka country with secured jobs overseas in 2022. 700 doctors, including some medical consultants, migrated in 2022. Out of 560 engineers attached to one of the leading telecom companies, 61 has left. So that's the bad news. So as you all know, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, CIPM Sri Lanka as well, incorporated by the Parliament, Act of Parliament, so we have a huge role to play. Also, as you know, during COVID-19, the contribution by the HR professionals, how they brought the business back into shape by looking out at the well-being of the employees and starting looking into their well-being. So the business recovered, the huge contribution of the people professional. So at CIPM, we have a huge role to play to train our HR professionals to see there is a huge talent demand. So how do we cope up with the talent demand? So we will have to, we are trying to educate our HR professionals in going back into, starting the internship programs, getting school leavers, trying to get more management training program to fill the skill gap in the long term. Also, in the short term, there are retired professionals. We could bring them back into, because there are, since the life expectancy is more in Sri Lanka, you see there are many professionals who can still contribute. So we are encouraging our members to recruit. All our members are, leading HR professional or CHRO is in many organizations. We encourage them to recruit more retired people to come back and contribute. That's a short-term strategy. The long-term strategy is to, go back on talent development, reskilling, upskilling, and also to every company, whether there is a crisis or not. I think many speakers spoke about, be ready to face anything in in the volatility. So they have to go back again to look at the talent management, more succession planning. So we are, encouraging our members to do that. Also at CIPM, we have the people management arm, solutions arm. So any company can, come to us. We will support them with the strategies to, look into the talent demand and how do we cope up with the talent demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I think interesting as well as commendable in terms of getting this identified role of people management and the talent management by and large. So we started with the investment, even though the representations from the diverse professional bodies here from a National Chamber of Commerce point of view, Dr. Lakmal, so you're also representing a wonderful area of this renewable energy. Your time to open it up.
Good evening, everyone. I was listening to most of the speakers who presented their case, but energy has been part of most of their, speeches. For example, the chairperson from Unilever said the hardships that she was going through when she came to this country because of the energy shortage, power cuts. And then Mr. Premaratna from Brandix, he mentioned about moving into renewable energy. And Kotaro-san particularly mentioned about the doing good, conducive business in the renewable energy space, which we need kind of transparency in doing projects and some kind of a proper mechanism to be brought in. So all these things, whatever we have been discussing here, and majority of the things what is having as a burning issue in Sri Lanka, energy is a very, very big share. So this is inevitable. Any country in the world, if you are to develop, you have to provide energy security. What I meant by energy security was, energy must be available and affordable. So these two things must be there in any economy for that economy to grow. Right now, of course, we have come out from the energy shortage, but do we have the affordability? No. So I think it is the responsibility of the government. I'm telling this because we have a very responsible officer here. The central bank governor is here. So the taking policy decisions in terms of giving affordable energy solutions to the country is equally important than just providing energy. Right now what we have is we provide energy. We knew that we were going to have energy shortage in this year because of the drought, but we were not ready for it. We were ready to buy emergency power at any cost and pass it on to the customer. With the unbundling of the utility probably within the next 1.5 to 2 months, it's going to get worse because our energy spread is basically 60-40, 65-35 kind of a spread, 35% renewable energy and 65% fossil fuel based energy. So as long as we are having this kind of an energy mix, we are going to forever face these problems. And all our businesses, some of the businesses who have been here for 30-40 years in this country have left the country because of unaffordability of energy. This is happening. While we speak, this is happening. And the government will have to provide a strong solution, affordable solution for the businesses to be conducive as well as the domestic households to be able to afford energy. Right now it is not affordable. So I think the only way forward is going to be absorbing renewable energy as much as possible to the national grid, which is possible. About 6 months ago, the utility, the then GM very openly said that 2,700 megawatts of renewable energy can be absorbed without any alterations to the national grid. So that must be done. That must be made available to every businessman in this country for them to compete so that we will have level playing field in the country for the energy sector and the benefit can be passed on to the consumers. So we have an authority, Sustainable Energy Authority is the regulator for renewable energy in Sri Lanka. They have something like 6,500 megawatts of licenses pending without being executed. So those things must move forward fast. Instead of doing haphazard things, giving a job to somebody whoever is coming from overseas or here is not going to solve the problem. There should be some kind of methodology, how you are going to be giving projects, and it should be open. So without energy security, there is no future for business or no shaping of economy.
Thank you, Dr. Lakmal. I think you have encompassed everything into that rich basket of problem, implications, solutions, issues, all the aspects you have put it. Very nice. Thank you very much. So with the interest of time, before I go to the final round, while respecting to the audience, may I take at least one question from the audience? So if the audience is not there, there is no discussion here. At least one question? Or is it the turbulent times or the challenging times, not only in the macro environment, now we are having the same challenging times here in the audience also. With that, in that sense, it seems not having interest to ask questions. Shall we go to the final round? In that sense, dear ladies and gentlemen, so there is no particular order. What I want to tell you that this is a global CEO forum where all the CEOs, heads are looking for some strategic takeaways. So from your institutional, your dimension point of view, take 1 minute to the final round. Would you like to give one critical message within 1 minute where the CEOs can think about, take it forward, or connect with you and further deliberate probably after the sessions? So shall we start from you again?
The rose among the thorns, I guess. So my message, my key takeaway for the leadership would be, we know it's very lonely at the top. So don't worry, if you guys are not CGMAs already, you all could always create your network with us. In the recent past, we've realized that even the ones, I think one of the speakers said, right, like some stuff keep them up at night. So if you have business challenges and so on, invest in your education first. Whatever professional qualification it is or whatever kind of education it is, keep yourself updated and reskilled, because otherwise it's going to be really difficult for you to go and lead the others. Because sometimes, yes, they will have different skills, but you also need to know what's going on, right? Especially on the technology side. I know Ranga spoke a little bit about the AI and all of that coding. Do you know that the finance professionals, the accountants, now it's kind of like a must to know Python, to know coding? And we teach that right here at SEMA. Even we teach digital skills because it's a must to evolve in the finance space and in the professional space. So we also have, what I forgot to say earlier for the leadership is that we have this C-suite business and finance role. We have a lot of exemption-based rules, but we take only a selected quantity of people from Sri Lanka. That's like the norm. And we train them and we get them to become CGMA. So we make them think like accountants, like management accountants. So those opportunities are there, and please invest in your people as well. What got them here is not going to keep them there or help your organization succeed if you're not going to invest in them. That's it.
Invest for the future. Dr. Lakmal?
My message to all the CEOs to take home would be, the change is happening. It's right in front of us. It's going to, basically legislated very soon. I'm talking about the utility unbundling, so that is on the way. And with that, you will be able to cater to the demands of your suppliers, because I do understand, if I speak to 10 companies who are into exports, they get pressure from their buyers to move into a carbon neutral environment. And we do have signed for Paris Convention 2019 that we are supposed to go 70% renewables by 2030, for which we need 9 gigawatts of solar and wind together. So all these things are happening. So energy wheeling is going to come into the play, come into the market. So be ready the moment that you have it, grab that grid space available and move into renewable energy. That is the only way forward. You be self-sufficient in your energy sources so that you can be the controller of your expenses. Right now, with the unbundling, there will be various, there will be about n number of companies who are selling energy to you, and they can decide if we don't give the right legislation, if we don't give the right controlling powers to the regulators, each and every energy company will decide what price I am selling energy for. This has happened in Europe, this has happened in Japan, this has happened in Singapore, everywhere. So without proper legislation going in for unbundling and selling energy by the private companies is going to put more and more pressure on businesses, more and more pressure on 5.5 million families here. So it's going to change. So be ready, be self-sufficient. That is my message to the business community as well as the general public.
Wonderful. Marketer's role, the strategic take-home message.
Yeah, how we would look at it is that we connect with many of the corporates in different perspectives. Like if you're in the digital space, we have recognition for digital space companies who are in that spectrum through our award ceremonies. And if all of you are brands, so brands, we have a setup where all of you may have seen the brand excellence. So we work with brands, we encourage brands to come forward, because applying it is not only about winning an award. The purpose of all these our ceremonies is actually itself is a case study where it will improve your brand strength and the future of your brand. And most important, the sales force and sales people are the ones who actually bring in revenue. So we work with them, and more than 500, now this time we have passed 1,000 entries. People want to engage and improve themselves. So this is another way that we would like to work with all of you. These all opportunities are available. And SME sector, we recently concluded the SMEDA Awards, SME Development Awards. So we are very much keen on the SME sector and working very closely on that. So these award ceremonies that we have are not only for recognition, it's purely a development and the growth for the company that you represent and for your team, the staff that are under you. And also, we believe in knowledge and recognition. So that's the framework of all this work. So we have plenty of ways, like I mentioned, to connect with us. So please engage. We will be happy to be working with you to ensure that businesses grow bigger and better in this country.
Mr. Ken?
Yes, I think Zara said it all. Invest in your people. Of course, work with your HR heads or your HR people. They will make you a hero. So that's what we have trained our HR people, to give solution to your talent issues, and also indulge in value education. In Sri Lanka, I think if you look at all these problems, the values have far deteriorated. The crisis came because the values deteriorated. I don't want to go into detail, but every company, I think when you go into every company, there are core values. So I think CEOs should drive those values and make everybody, working class, better citizens of this country. So invest in your people, develop your people to, do your business successfully. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Jehan?
So my message is, don't waste the crisis. We have the opportunity to reset and rebuild a new sustainable Sri Lanka. We must grab this opportunity. We must not allow complacency. I think a lot of people quickly forget what it was last year. We must not miss this opportunity, whether it is investing in renewables, whether it is educating a future-ready workforce, whether it is restructuring our SOEs. We must continue what we have started and not to allow this crisis to go to waste. The other aspect of a CEO mindset is positivity. CEOs are able to see opportunities in the most difficult of times and remain positive when all around there is turbulence. So in this crisis, there are opportunities that we must grab. Some of the great innovations like Uber, Airbnb came in a time of crisis when people saw, I don't mind sharing my car and earning something. And there was an opportunity. So there are great opportunities for us, for CEOs, for companies, and for the country that we must not miss.
Wonderful. With that, let's come to Mr. Revan. The final thoughts?
Yeah, my final thoughts are, all you people, the business CEOs, executives are looking for an environment that enables you to do business easily. And that is what is ingrained in the Colombo Port City Economic Commission Act. An objective is to make a business enabling environment with the support of institutions like the Department or bodies like the Department of Immigration, the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. Over the last year, or starting from Q1, we came in with a visa framework which gives visas for foreign workers up to 10 years, a never seen before structure in Sri Lanka. We've created a special account to facilitate the transfer of foreign currency into that account and out of that account, because we realize one of the most important factors for businesses sitting and doing trade services, global logistics, is the free transferability of their foreign currency. So we've created that as 2 steps, or 1 and 2 steps. We are working very closely with the Finance Ministry, the Labor Department, to create frameworks that would further ease the pain points you all have in terms of hiring people, making sure their retirement benefits, how they are structured, we are addressing those. So there is a lot of work done thus far, and there are workflows which are in progress, which should come to fruition in the next couple of months. The last point I would add is, all of you all here, I believe, either have global hubs or regional processing hubs overseas, right? Buying centers, support centers, etc. overseas. Some of you all are sitting here looking at establishing these centers overseas. You would need to move your staff there. You would need to hire people overseas. The Colombo port city can give you an opportunity to establish those processing centers, service centers within the 2.69 square kilometers of land which has been annexed to the Colombo district. So that is my last point.
Thank you very much. So it's a short discussion. I'd love to have a very detailed deliberation, but in few minutes time you can open up, you can mingle with, there are 27 professional representations in this room in terms of bringing the global CEO discussion. So as I said at the inception, it's time to look for getting the mindset, the skills and attitude in terms of getting the shape of the future of the business, as well as, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to look for creating value. Thank you very much. Over to you, MC.
Thank you very much, the moderator and the panelists, for that very educative and productive panel discussion. Everybody, put your hands together and give them another round of applause. Finally, we have one more presentation before we come to an end, and that's looking at the way forward. And for that, I would like to invite a personality who has a rare combination of being a chartered manager, chartered HR professional, and a chartered electrical engineer. He is acclaimed as a conference speaker, corporate trainer, a strategy consultant, author, and an academic. He's the first homegrown senior professor in management of the Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jayawardenepura, Sri Lanka, and was a director chairman of the board of management of it. He became the first Sri Lankan to lead both the Chartered Management Institute Sri Lanka chapter and Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. He is an adjunct professor at Price College of Business, University of Oklahoma, and he was the editor of the pioneering Sri Lankan Journal of Management. Being a Commonwealth Abdissa Doctoral Fellow, Fulbright Postdoctoral Fellow, and a Commonwealth Postdoctoral Fellow, he's also an independent director of several boards. Ladies and gentlemen, he likes to identify himself as one who transitioned from being an engineer of electrical to an engineer of hearts and minds. It's my pleasure in inviting Professor Ajanta Dharmasiri.
Good evening. I didn't hear anything. Good evening. At least thank you for proving that you are still biologically awake and alert. So it gives me immense pleasure to be with you, and I know I'm standing in between you and the cocktails, and it's not easy to sit for 4+ hours in listening to 20+ speakers and panelists. So that proves the resilience that Sri Lankans inherit. We have the resilience for revival, and that would result in a resounding success. And that's what the leaders are supposed to do. So I'm very privileged to be in front of the Honorable Governor, who played a key role in taking the right policies at Central Bank in facilitating the private sector growth and the prosperity. And I'm sure CEOs have to take it forward. I had been in many conferences, many consortiums, and we were talking, and that's it. And we have a nice cocktail and say hi, bye, and go. I think today we should do something differently. I firmly believe it should not end up having NATO, no action talk only. We should take it forward in terms of actioning some of the key points, salient points, because I believe CEOs should expand themselves as chief energy officers, demonstrating energy and passion in action. Chief envisioning officers, envisioning for the future, dreaming for the future, in delivering what you dream, in becoming true value creators. And they should become chief engaging officers, engaging the most precious resource in any organization, human resources. And they need to show in doing those three, energizing, engaging, and showing that they are envisioning, they need to have excellence. In my view, excellence should be absolute essence in order to move forward. So you are playing in the global field, you are looking at the local realities, and I would prefer the term glocal. There's a thin line between global and local. We need to be glocal. So please read my article in page number 42. We are moving into a Banny world, from VUCA world to a Banny world. So if you can't remember Banny, think about Ganny. Sorry, ladies. Think about Ganny. So it's about Banny. Brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible world. Things are becoming more challenging. Things are becoming more difficult. Things are becoming more and more challenging to execute and to achieve results. So that is where we say when the going gets tough, tough gets going. So I would suggest some practical actions. We have to look at the local realities. I would prefer all CEOs here in this room to have ABCD. And I think it's badly needed. We are blessed with bounded natural beauty. We are blessed with plenty of brains. So we have beauty and brains. But again, there are other bees who are spoiling. So we need to have ABCD, anti-bribery and corruption drive. I learned it from a multinational. I think it's very relevant to the country now. We have everything except for ABCD, anti-bribery and corruption drive. We can call them incentives, facilitation fees, this and that. And this has ruined the country for the past 75 years since we regained the independence. So this is a time to show your real leadership in action by inspiring by the words that you utter, influencing by the deeds that you do, and initiating with others the seeds that you sow. Inspiring words, influencing deeds, and initiating seeds. So that's what we need. So it is not an ending, it's a beginning of a new journey, a new journey of enriching ourselves, engaging and excelling in ensuring that we execute the expected actions in order to have excellence as essence. So let me thank you for being with me and tolerating me till the end rather than slowly creeping away. And so let's take this journey together with the stalwart Mr. Anura Sirivardhana. He was my teacher in journalism when I joined the Vidusara newspaper as a school leaver waiting for the university entrance. So from that time, I know he is a man of vision. So when he embarks on something, he would ensure that he deliver the results. So this is just the starting point of CEO enriching journey, CEO networking journey, and CEOs together ensuring that the country would prosper and we would reach to the globe. With global reach and local roots, we can make Sri Lanka a better place to live. So may I wish all of us good luck, all the very best, bon voyage, happy journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. As always, an excellent speaker and short, sweet, but very, very effective. Thank you, Professor. And just before we close this inaugural Global CEO Forum, organized by this dynamic personality, everybody put your hands together for Mr. Anura Sirivardhana. I had, like I said before, amazing times as a news anchor when he was the chairman. Okay, so now we're moving on to a draw. It's a 25,000 rupee voucher from one of our sponsors, Finnaise, and I would like to invite the CEO of Finnaise, Mr. Danushka, updated that 50,000 rupee worth voucher. I would like to invite Mr. Danushka Fernando, the CEO of Finnaise, also Mr. Anura Sirivardhana and Dr. Numaya to join us, please, on stage. We're going to... Yes. Mr. Danushka Fernando, maybe you pick the lucky winner and we'll have the lady to give away the prize. The winner is from DSI. He is Dilshan Rajapaksa, the director. I said, hope he's here. He's not. Okay, so somebody else gets the opportunity. Yes. He has to be here. He spoke about it. Yeah. The winner is Dilanga Karunaratna. Dilanga, are you here? He left. So somebody is going to get this. Try your luck, Danishka, in picking a lucky winner. Yes. He says should be here. Dr. Dilhan Sampath Jatelaka. Has to be because just we heard him a while ago. So you got luck here at the forum. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it's certainly been a very productive, meaningful, and fruitful inaugural Global CEO Forum. It has been an honor, privilege, and a pleasure being the compeer throughout the entire session. Finally, I'd like to invite the director handling everything behind the scene, dynamic personality. Please put your hands together for that Iron Lady. Yes, the one and only Sabrina Zawahir.
Certainly would not make it long. My sincere thank you goes out to the chief guest, as well as the guest of honor, and all the distinguished invitees today to make our global CEO Forum, putting it into the pinnacle. So I will not make it long. I sincerely thank all of you being present here, being patient with us, and being here since our forum is backed by 27 established professional bodies. What more can we say, isn't it? So a massive round of applause to our chairman, Mr. Anurasiriwardana, for making this possible. And of course, nothing is impossible. It is possible. We proved it with a very brief team and with a brief period of time. We did wonders. Of course, I cannot mention names because that would take a longer period of time. So due to that, a big hats off to our marketing consultant, to our PR agency, Good PR. Thank you so much for making this event a massive success, and I will be failing in my duty if I do not thank our dear sponsors for making this event a landmark event. Thank you so much. Wishing you a pleasant good night, but prior to that, please do enjoy the cocktails which has been served outside, and to our compere, Mr. Faisal Bonso, for keeping the forum ignited. Thank you very much. Good night.